present employment?
I am employed by Montgomery County, currently working for the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm an investigator at that office.
Can we talk a little bit about your professional background? How long have you been a certified police officer?
So I started with Montgomery County in 1997 as a civilian. I was a dispatcher. I went to the police academy in 2000, and so I've been certified as a police officer since 2000.
And at some point you moved from being a patrol officer to being a crime scene investigator for the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department. When was that?
That is correct. In 2002, I was promoted into the crime lab as a crime scene investigator, where I served until 2021, I believe, and then I was promoted to sergeant.
And then what was your duty as of 2021 as a sergeant in the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department?
Actually, I'm just going to hold
2022.
2022, sorry. I was promoted to sergeant over the crime lab.
And what were your duties at that point?
So generally, being the crime scene sergeant, I not only continue to do the roles of a crime scene investigator, but then I also supervised our entire crime lab division, which with crime scene investigators, our property and evidence room, and our firearms lab, it's about 21 people.
And when did you go from the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department to the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office as an investigator?
In March of this year.
Now, do you have specializations other than being a crime scene investigator that distinguishes you from colleagues that just do crime scene?
Yes.
Specifically, I want to talk a little bit about crime scene reconstruction, as well as shooting incident reconstruction, as well as blood pattern analysis.
Yes, sir.
Are those kind of the areas of your expertise?
Yes, sir. So I am a crime scene reconstructionist with a specialty in bloodstain pattern analysis, as well as shooting incident reconstruction.
I want to talk a little bit about licenses and certificates. When it comes to the Texas Forensic Science Commission, they have folks who are licensed by that commission. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
About 2,600 folks in the state of Texas are licensed.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And I know it's in areas, what are some of the areas that they license folks in?
So there are two different, there is mandatory licensing. So people that work in a mandatory accredited lab, like DNA, toxicology, trace, and firearms, they have to have a license in order to do the work. The commission also offers voluntary licensing, so it's not mandatory. And so they offer voluntary licensing in disciplines such as latent prints, digital evidence, crime scene investigation. There are technician licenses for those, as well as crime scene reconstruction with a specialty in bloodstain pattern analysis, and crime scene reconstruction with a specialty in shooting incident.
Now, when it comes to licensing for crime scene investigations, there are many people who are licensed in that area, general area.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to the licensing by the Texas Forensic Science Commission in the area of crime scene reconstruction with subsets of blood pattern analysis as well as shooting incident reconstruction, how many people are licensed in the state of Texas?
There's one.
And who is that person?
That is me.
Let's talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to college?
I went to Casper College in Casper, Wyoming.
And did you receive an associate's degree in business administration?
I did.
What would stipulate she's an expert if God will move things along?
Well, and thank you for that. I will go a little bit into her background so that you understand.
Thank you, sir.
Let's talk about your professional and memberships as it relates to this field. The Association for Crime Scene Reconstructionists, tell us about that.
Yes, so the Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction also, it goes by the acronym of ACER. It specializes, it's a conference geared towards people that do crime scene reconstruction, and there is a yearly conference every year that provides similar to CLE training. So there are workshops and presentations in crime scene reconstruction.
And what is your affiliation with that?
I am a past president of that association. It is a conference that I've attended every year for the last 13 years.
And then there's the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis Analysts. What is that?
So that is similar to the ACER conference. The IABPA is an organization that specializes in bloodstain pattern analysis. They also have a yearly training conference, and I have attended that conference since 2011. I am a past president of that association as well as a distinguished member.
As far as publications and articles, have you published?
I have.
And I know a lot on blood pattern analysis, but have you also done areas of crime scene reconstruction and shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes.
And what are those articles?
So there was an article published by the TDCAA, the Texas District and County Attorneys Association, back, I believe, in 2017, and it was an article that was written in reference to a shooting reconstruction. And then I am a co-author in a textbook that is, the release date is yet to be published, but it is on crime scene reconstruction techniques, which deals in that chapter with shooting incident.
As far as your own classes that you've taken over the years in these areas, how much would that add up to?
So I've got thousands and thousands of forensic training. However, in the area of crime scene reconstruction, I have, I think, about 300 plus hours of formal training in crime scene reconstruction, with a that somewhat deals with shooting incident. When you do the math on that, it totals about 7 weeks of training for that, not counting all of the conferences that I've already mentioned.
And do you also teach in this field?
I do.
And what are some of the furthest areas you've taught in this field?
So I've been to, I recently was in Taiwan, where I collaborated with the Taoyuan Forensic Science Center. I have been to Vietnam to train the Vietnamese Ministries of Securities. I have been to Marseille, France, where I collaborated with the Aix-Marseille University. I've also been to Italy, where I trained the Carabinieri as well as their national police.
And obviously you also taught here in the United States. Name several states as well as the state of Texas.
Yeah, so in the last 23 years, I've kind of traveled from coast to coast. Earlier this year, in May, I was invited to go to Niagara Falls for the Canadian Forensic Science Association.
And are you a guest lecturer at any universities?
So I am a guest lecturer, a longtime guest lecturer, not only for Sam Houston State University, but Texas A&M University. I was actually faculty at Texas A&M, where I taught the forensic and investigative sciences students before they hired full-time faculty to do that. So I was an adjunct instructor for Texas A&M. I teach for the Forensic Science Academy through Texas A&M Engineering Extension Service. So their acronym is TEACS, and I have taught lots of classes since 2009.
Let's talk to the jury about what a shooting incident reconstruction field is. Can you briefly describe what that is?
Sure. So a shooting incident reconstruction, when I'm asked to do a shooting incident reconstruction, just in general terms, it's looking at guns, the ballistics, the location, looking at evidence that was collected in the scene, and providing information as to how that shooting occurred.
And this field, does it require knowledge of mathematics and science and things of that nature? Explain that.
Yes, so it's based on physics, geometry, trigonometry, math. It's very mathy.
And generally, the field is a peer reviewed on the techniques that are employed.
It is.
And is it all designed to try and figure out shooting instances and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And is it widely accepted in the scientific community?
It is.
Have you testified as an expert witness on the area of crime scene reconstruction as well as shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
Has that been on few or many occasions?
On many occasions, sir.
And is that throughout the state of Texas?
Not only throughout the state of Texas, but also in other states.
And while you were based in Montgomery County, have you testified on few or many occasions here in Harris County?
I have.
And have you been designated expert in many of the courts of this county?
Yes, sir, including this court in front of this judge.
Okay, let's talk about your involvement in this case. What did you basically review as you were getting in? And we contacted you about 2 months ago. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, I believe on July 23rd is when you reached out to me.
And what was it that you reviewed as you were preparing and giving your analysis in this case?
So I was given a link by Mr. Catani on the case file. However, when I follow a methodology on how I review cases, especially for cases that I'm not called to the scene. And so the first thing I do is I look at all of the photographs that are provided, and I organize them into a PowerPoint so that I can start to acclimate myself to a scene that I've not been to. I then review if there is body cam footage, or if there is, back in the day we used to video record with a handheld video recorder, and we would do a scene walkthrough. That was not traditionally available in this case. I reviewed all of the surveillance video that was in the case, and then I reviewed the scientific reports, like the autopsy report, the autopsy photos, the CSI report, the firearms report, and the firearms photos.
Now, as far as the body cams, were you looking at interviews and statements people made, or something else?
No, sir, I didn't review. I was not asked to do anything with statement analysis in this case. So I was looking just for any views of the black Ford F-250 pickup truck.
Now, in some cases, is it important for you to review statements and things of that nature from witnesses as well as from witnesses?
It is, and depending on what the case is, it could be that there's a question in the case on you've got competing theories about what's happened. Sometimes that is attorneys. Attorneys think that something happened one way. They're looking, they're asking me for my opinion on that. Or you've got 2 witnesses that have competing theories, and so you evaluate the witness statement against the physical evidence in the case. That is something that, regardless of any case, that is the last thing that I do in any case.
So if you have a case that's driven by surveillance and you can see different angles, it's a different kind of analysis.
It is, yes, sir.
And you said measurements. Where did those come from, the different measurements that you need?
So there were measurements in a crime scene diagram that was in the case file. However, the measurements that were on the crime scene sketch were on the opposite side of the road from what I needed. And so then I went out to the scene and I did my own measurements.
In addition, did you use some measurements and software that was done, as well as drone footage that was done by Owen Bledsoe?
I did.
But then you actually used a tape measure as well, right?
I've done this for a really long time, and while I know how the Leica scan station works, we had a Leica scan station at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. We've had one since 2007. I just like to stretch out measuring tape. I'm comfortable with that. That's how I was raised. And so I did it the old-fashioned way of I stretched tape.
And did you visit the crime scene both during the day as well as in the late evening time?
Yes, sir. I was out there in one morning, afternoon. Then I went early evening, and then I went at nighttime, so I could try to replicate what it would have looked like February 14th.
Now, you had mentioned reviewing the crime scene unit's reports, documentation, and things of that nature. When you're looking at how it was conducted by the Houston Forensic Sciences, when you look at how it was conducted at the scene, from an objective standpoint, did you see things that you wish had been done? It's easy Monday morning court that, but did you see things that you wish you had done that would have been more helpful?
Hindsight is always going to be 20/20, and I could go back and look at any of my cases and think of different ways that I should have done it. However, when I looked at the information that was provided, there were some things that I wish could have been captured. However, the
I object to the matter of response.
Question answer, please.
Also, Your Honor, may we approach for a moment? Sure.
I'll give you a written objection.
I think you were saying there were some things you wish had been done. You were about to say, but however, what is that?
I don't remember where I was going with that.
Okay. For instance, you saw like how the crime scene was linear and they extended it from the bank to the trunk. Do you think it should have been expanded?
I do. So when you have, even preliminarily, when there is evidence that there is gunfire crossing a roadway, then that whole section should have been cordoned off, and that area should have been thoroughly searched to include the parking lot that was behind the business across Winkler. That was a 2-story cinder block back of a building, and I did not see anywhere in the documentation that area was searched, as well as going, down Winkler towards the Home Depot. I wish that area would have been, so north on Winkler. I wish that area would have been cordoned off and searched.
Especially since you know that they're shooting in the direction across the street, they're going to want to expand where projectiles may have ended up.
Correct.
How about the attempt to look for shell casings? What are some things you yourself, as a crime scene unit investigator back in the day, would have done that was not done here?
And for the record, I still consider myself a crime scene investigator. However, there are tools available like metal detectors. That area had a very large steel grate, or it still has a very large steel grate. That is a potential for those cartridges because they were located there on the grass next to the grate. And so they make magnets that you can take that grate off, you can stick the magnet down there. There were very thick hedges that surround that side of the bank and that ATM machine. There were cartridges on one side of the hedges. There were cartridges on the platform of the ATM. And so there was no indicator that they used any kind of metal detection or did any kind of search inside of those hedges where would be a good place for the missing cartridges to have landed.
And the jury's already heard from the firearms examiner, but basically, for folks that aren't familiar with firearms, when casings come out of a gun, they can go anywhere. They can travel a distance. Is that fair?
That is fair.
How about the measurements that were taken?
So I've already explained that there were measurements on the diagram, but they were from the other side of the street where the vehicle was photographed in its position. There are measurements kind of just dealing with where the firearms evidence was located, like the fired cartridge cases, but some of the other measurements in this case were not documented, which is why I requested that a Leica scan be deployed to kind of capture those critical measurements.
Let's talk a little bit about the processing of the truck. Did you see some concerns there which you would have done differently in hindsight?
Sure. So I have never been to the Vehicle Examination Bureau. However, I've seen photographs from there. You have to deal with what area that you have. However, in a case like this, if I could have had input, I would have had that vehicle in a vehicle processing bay, a secured bay, where that vehicle could have been on a lift. That lift, they could have got underneath the vehicle. There were indicators that there was a fuel leak on the side of the road. You can see it in the photograph. So obviously there is something that damaged the fuel tank. However, in the photographs, there was one image labeled bullet strike A, which was the bullet strike to the door. And so there was nothing documented on what could have damaged the fuel tank. And that is something that should have been investigated. Also, when you have a perforating gunshot to a surface, it would have been nice to have a trajectory rod that was placed in that defect so that an accurate measurement could have been determined.
Now, do you need two holes in order to do a trajectory rod, or can you do it with one hole?
You can do it with your accuracy is if you have two holes, then the trajectory rod fits in there really nicely. However, that bullet did enter the inside of the vehicle compartment. So that bullet, there is a trajectory. And then there is a part of the inside door panel that is raised. It kind of looks like a catcher's mitt, actually. And so that would provide the path of the travel of the bullet.
However, if you're not qualified or certified to do shooting incident reconstruction, maybe it's not such a bad thing they didn't mess with the trajectory.
Sure, and I am familiar with the policies and procedures of the Houston Forensic Science Center. I am aware that they are not in the reconstruction business, in any kind of the reconstruction business, whether it be crime scene, shooting incident, or bloodstain pattern analysis.
How about not collecting items within the truck that have
would not be the practice of the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office.
That being said, you're just pointing out objective things you saw that you wish they had done differently. Does that affect all of these problems? Does it affect what you're here to testify regarding the shooting incident?
No, sir.
How, because we've obviously seen the videos, the surveillance videos. How does the way the defendant is holding the firearm, how does that affect, one, the crime scene and what is happening as far as hitting a target?
So the way that the firearm is being handled and the bullets are being discharged, that is not the way that the gun is being held is not a suitable way for accuracy. If you've ever fired a gun, right, there is recoil in every gun, so only handling a pistol with one hand reduces the ability to control the firearm. Also, holding the gun up above your head, holding it out to the side, holding it in the front, standing on one foot, standing off balance, all of those things contribute to your inability to make accurate shots.
Yeah, push the research.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you prop gun. Right? I'm going to hand you this prop gun. Can you, for those on the jury who have not shot a weapon, can you show them the proper way that folks use a weapon when they're shooting?
Sure. Judge, may I please stand up?
Okay.
So there are several methods for how a person would tell you how to stand, right? There's like the isosceles stance, there is the Weaver stance, but to get the best chance of having accuracy, you're going to want to have a firm base, right? The gun is going to be, and sorry for the folks in the courtroom, the gun is going to be outstretched, arms locked, good grip, easy trigger press. So if you jerk the trigger, it's going to send a bullet one way, right? If you slap the trigger, it's going to do things. After each shot, if you do not reset, that gun is going to walk up on you. So what you're going to do is you're going to get on target, you're going to have a good sight picture, you're going to gently press the trigger, you're going to allow that trigger to reset before it's pressed again. So you're going to recover. If there's recoil, you're going to recover, establish a sight picture, press the trigger.
Okay. So by not doing that using one arm, you may have one intended target, but that's putting everything in jeopardy in the area.
Correct.
So if someone hypothetically is shooting at a vehicle 7 times and only 2 strikes happen, is that one of the reasons to account for it, is the way that they're shooting?
Yes, that would be a way.
That motion for Judge?
You may, sir.
Now, let's get Rossi. Have you prepared a demonstrative PowerPoint to better explain your analysis of this case and your determinations to this jury?
Yes, sir.
And conclusions. I'm going to show you states 182. Is it contained on this PowerPoint?
It is?
Okay. Now, the state offers for demonstrative purposes only 182. Tending to opposing counsel.
We have, is this the one that I'll just review my running.
With respect to stage 182, it will be admitted over objection and for public service. Stage 182 is admitted to evidence.
And it's for demonstrative purposes.
Demonstrative purposes only.
So the first thing, we're seeing a picture of something that's already been admitted evidence in States 42. The first thing is the analysis of the truck. When you saw this truck, what did you then do regarding your analysis of this case?
So the first thing, because I knew what the goal, the objective that I was going to try to create. And so because the vehicle was no longer in police custody, I took the VIN number, I ran it through a system that we have called TLO, and that will tell me on that vehicle with that VIN number what the specs of that vehicle are. No worries.
All right, so you had mentioned the VIN number. It's going to come back on. Thank you for your patience, Judge.
Do you need to call someone?
Grab your order. This is the exciting slide we're trying to find.
Yeah.
This is the VIN number, so basically it's giving us our specifications, right?
Sure. And I wanted the specifications for this exact vehicle because not all 2018 Ford F-250 Power Stroke diesel trucks, they're manufactured at different plants. And so by running the VIN number, it gives this exact truck, and so then you can see it's got the length of the truck, the height of the truck, the weight of the truck, and so that is the information that I wanted to make sure that I captured.
Okay. Now, does the speed of what the truck was traveling on that evening matter in your analysis when it comes to someone shooting at that vehicle?
So when you're looking at speed of a vehicle traveling perpendicular to, to answer your question, it could.
Okay. And in this case, what analysis did you do to determine whether the relevance of whatever the Armando Alvarez was traveling and how it affected your analysis of the trajectory?
So I did not do a speed estimation or calculation of Mr. Alvarez's, of his speed traveling south on Winkler. What I did look at was how is the speed of the vehicle at varying speeds, how does that compare to a 9mm Hornady bullet? And so when you look at the speed of a bullet, which is between 1,000 and 1,200 feet per second, okay? So if you take 1,100 feet per second, when you convert vehicle speed to feet per second, I just did the calculation so that you could see, like 1 mile an hour is 1.46 feet per second. And so when you look at road speed, whether it be 45 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, when you look at what that is in feet per second, the vehicle speed is negligible to the speed of the bullet that is coming in perpendicular to the vehicle traveling down the road.
Because the speed of the bullet is just astronomically faster than whatever the truck would be traveling.
Correct. And at a certain distance, when you are less than 40 feet, that bullet, from the time that the trigger is depressed, it is milliseconds before it hits the side of the truck.
Okay, so the window tint, why was that important to know that it was darkly tinted, but specifically having a window tint?
Window tint does a really good job at keeping a window intact, especially when force is applied that would break that window. So it's good for allowing someone that's going to do any kind of analysis on that to see where the defect occurred, what it looks like, because with tempered glass, as soon as if there's not a coating or a tint, then it just all breaks apart and you just have thousands of pieces on the ground. So this allows someone like me to be able to look at the window.
Now, the window size, does that matter, or at least explain the defect that we're seeing in the truck?
Yes, because the window of any vehicle isn't just what we can see. That window actually goes down into the door. So if you were to take off a door panel, the window is usually about 5 to 7 inches below the trim or the weather stripping. It goes down into the door. That's just so when you're driving down the road, your window doesn't just fly off. And so when you've got a defect to the door, it is going to break that window glass, but the window is still going to usually stay in the frame.
And just to even confirm it, did you look with replacement glass in this particular model, the size of it?
I did. I actually searched for what the dimensions are for a 2018 Ford F-250 rear window replacement.
So is that analysis helpful in determining whether this was a one strike or a two strike? Because as a layperson, I'm looking here, and maybe it looks like a hole and then another bullet went through the glass. What is physically happening as the bullet goes into the truck part that's underneath the glass?
And that actually is an investigative question that I originally was solving for. Is this two strikes close together, one into the trim that we can see, and is there another 1 or 2 strikes just above that? Or is this just one defect into the glass and the glass has broken out above that? And so what I did was look at that photograph. I put it in Photoshop so that not only could I invert the image, which is the image that is being displayed now, because I'm looking at the concentric fractures. So concentric fractures are the lines, like sun rays, right, that radiate out from the sun. So when you look at that, they go from where the defect is and they radiate outward. Well, if there is 2 bullet strikes, sometimes you can determine what shot comes first, what shot comes second, because the concentric fractures in the second shot will dead end into the concentric fractures of the first shot. And so this image was inverted so that I could look at those concentric fractures, and to me, it looks like it's just one shot to the door. The reason why the glass is broke out around that, one, because there's damage to the window, which sits below the trim. Two, by the time this photograph was taken, that door had been opened, shut, the vehicle had been moved, the door was open and shut before this photograph was taken. So that could have caused also the missing pieces of glass.
And so it's the same, this photograph is the same one that's in evidence, and you just use Photoshop so you can see in a different color, so you can see the configuration layer. Is that accurate?
Yes, because this photograph is, you can see the flash or a reflecting light, and with the dark tint, it's hard to kind of make out those concentric fractures. So by doing things like inverting the image, where now most of the photograph is white and the fractures are black, it's just a little easier, just to double check.
So this was a way for you to draw a conclusion on whether this was a one strike to the vehicle or two.
Correct.
And your opinion, based on shooting incident reconstruction, is how many strikes caused this?
One strike, sir.
Let's talk about what happened when that bullet came into the vehicle. Okay? What is the process? What happened as it enters the vehicle?
So as it enters the vehicle, you can see that the lock has been sheared. When you look at the lock on the other side of the vehicle, it has a stem. The stem then kind of necks down so that it gets skinnier, and there's like a bulb on the top of it. So the image that is being depicted is the rear driver door. So you can see how it necks down and then has that bulb on the top. And so it appears that when the bullet impacted the door trim, that it sheared off that bulb part of the lock. That is going to be a weak part of the lock.
Did that one bullet flatten?
Yes, so there was a separation of the core and the jacket. The jacket is photographed on the opposite side of the truck behind the driver's seat, and then the core was recovered at autopsy.
Now that is the example of the top of the lock.
Yeah, and you can see where it looks like it's been just busted off, and looks like a clean break. That's just going to be a really weak part of that lock, and so when force was applied to it, it snapped off.
Now this is the crime scene unit, person Lambert manipulating that. Tell us what this indicates.
That just shows, it appears that she's got some device in her hand. So I don't know if that was used to, if that was some kind of tool. But what that shows is that when you lift up that part of the damaged trim, that lines up with that area of the lock.
Now we saw this on the other side of the inside of the vehicle, which is behind the driver's seat. What does this look consistent with? And again, we're looking at damage to the tint.
So this was a investigative question that I had, because just by looking at the photograph, I was unsure if this is damage to the tint, where the tint has been flaked, or if this is actually material that is stuck to the tint, like fragmented bullets or fragmented glass, both of which could be a possibility because you have a shot coming into the truck. And so the investigative question was this material tested with a lead test or, a copper test commonly used in shooting incident reconstruction? And I did not see any documentation where any of that testing was conducted.
So it would have been consistent with small fragments, but you can't say because it wasn't tested.
Correct. I mean, I just by the photograph, I don't know if that's glass shards. I don't know if that is parts of the core, or if that's damage to window tint.
So this is a fragment that was discovered in the driver's side floorboard, right?
Yes.
So can you explain to us how that happened? Explain to the jury when the bullet and the core and the jacket hit, what happened when it hit the vehicle?
So when you are dealing with jacketed, either jacketed bullets, jacketed hollow point bullets, there is a copper covering over the lead core of the bullet. So it's got a casing around it. Oftentimes, when a jacketed hollow point goes through window glass or through any object or hits something solid, that core, that jacketing will strip from the core. And so it wasn't surprising to me to see that there was just pieces of jacketing inside of the truck, and jacket fragments.
And where did the other part of it go?
So the core of the bullet was what was collected at autopsy.
Now we have some numbers here between the fragments that were taken out during the autopsy and too damaged to make a connection, and what was found in the truck. But what we just saw, which was the larger fragment that did, and you have the document on here, did wrap back to the defendant's gun, and then the smaller part that was found. Why are these calculations important? Can you explain to the jury what this is?
So when I was looking at the defects into the window, one, I was looking at the concentric fractures, okay? Number two is I was looking at the recovered fragments of the bullet, if what that weight was, and if the weight of all of the collected material would support just one shot or would support more than one shot being fired. That was something at Montgomery County that we did, was when we would weigh any projectiles fragments that we would recover. And so I'm familiar with the process. So I was curious. I looked at the firearms report. And so a 9mm full metal jacket or jacketed hollow point generally weighs about 114 grain. It can obviously increase as you increase bullet loads, but 114 is generally the minimum number. And so I totaled up what all was collected, both from autopsy and from the vehicle, and the total weight was 93 grain. So 93 grain out of 114 possible grain is about 80% of the bullet.
And so does that support, again, the theory and the conclusion that this was a one strike that came into the vehicle?
Yeah, with the concentric fractures and the weight of the collected projectile or fragments, that supports one bullet into the vehicle.
Now, when a bullet hits an object, does it come in at angles? Or does it create an angle so you can do an angle determination, so to speak?
Yes.
I believe the next thing is a video that we're seeing here. We'll play it again, but we played it without setting it up. And this was something that was in a class to demonstrate what you're talking about.
Yeah, so these are high-speed videos that are created for typical shooting incident reconstruction courses.
If I might, I just want to renew my objection as to this video that wasn't conducted by her.
Okay, your objection's on the record, you can proceed.
Thank you. I'm just asking for a running objection, Your Honor.
I stated it was a running objection before.
Thank you.
I don't know how else to say it, so you may continue.
Thank you. So you didn't create this video, but this is a video that is used in the classes that you assist in teaching and things of that nature to explain the travel of the bullet. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're looking at this, and this is paint, is that how it was conducted? Or some kind of substance?
Yes, it looks like it's just going into a target, possibly painted drywall.
Okay. So what are we looking at before we see this video again?
So you're looking at so the bullet is traveling downward. It has a 60-degree angle. So if a bullet goes straight into a target, that is what we would consider 90 degrees, okay? And just like using a compass, as that angle decreases, 90 degrees would be straight in, 80 degrees would be at a slight angle, 70 degrees, all the way down to 10 degrees, which would be at a very sharp angle. And so this is at 60 degrees, so 90, 80, 70, 60, and the shape of the ellipse at that angle.
Okay. And so this is at 60 degrees, so we'll play this video again now that you've explained. Now the next portion of this video will be doing the same thing with a 10-degree angle. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then leaves, is that a different or similar mark?
So this is a more elongated or elliptical. So as the angle decreases, the ellipse gets longer. So if a bullet goes straight into a target, that defect is going to look very circular. And at 10 degrees, it's going to look very elongated.
Now, all right. So within a class that you assisted in teaching, this is literally shooting into an old Tahoe?
This is a Montgomery County Sheriff's Office retired police Tahoe, and we were able to use it to teach a 40-hour shooting incident reconstruction course.
Okay. And so what are we seeing here? Explain to us what these different holes indicate, and what are you doing with the firearms as you're shooting this retired Tahoe?
So you can see that there are measurement markers. They're ABFO stickers, so they have a length and a width scale on the horizontal and the vertical axis, and this gives you a look at the difference between what a 90-degree shot going straight into the vehicle, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, and 10 degrees, and how it goes from circles to ellipses as that angle decreases.
I think in the other exhibit is the same thing, but kind of a closer up view of it. Is that right?
Correct. This is just a zoomed in version of what we previously saw.
Do I make the witness step down?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And is the jury okay? Good right now? I plan on breaking around 11:15. Okay, take care of business.
Your Honor, before you questions, am I going to take her on board very briefly? Sure. Sure. Ms. Rossi, you said you used what type of vehicle to do this?
It is a retired Sheriff's Department Chevrolet Tahoe.
So it's a different brand, make, and model, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not exactly what you would see if you shot into a Ford F-250, correct?
I disagree with you on that because it is going into car metal. It's going into a vehicle metal. So it's shooting into the side panel at a measured degree.
Absolutely, and you can testify that the sheet metal on the side of that particular vehicle would be the same weight, consistency, and depth as the F-250.
No, sir, I'm not trying to.
Well, doesn't Hague say that this is the gospel, right? You cited this as something you look at often, right?
I do.
Okay, doesn't it, when it talks about shooting into vehicles, it says that various vehicles have different materials, correct?
I would agree with that.
And you have to take into account different materials, right?
Sure.
And matter of fact, the last video we played, you were shooting into sheetrock. There's no sheetrock on that F-250, is there?
No, sir.
So you can't look at the F-250 and compare it to the sheetrock holes, can you?
When you're looking at angle measurements and the measurement of ellipses, those are, I mean, you're looking at ellipses.
Sure, but metal on that vehicle that's up on the screen, the one that you retired and the F-250 could be different, right? In their characteristics.
Sure.
And without using an actual vehicle, you could have different, the bullet holes can appear just slightly different even, correct? It's the amount of the weight of the material, the strength of the material, the paint. Haig even says the paint on the material can impact the angle, right?
So I'm going to disagree with you in that when you are looking at angles, you are looking at, like now if you were talking about the width of the length of a defect, but you are looking at when you're talking about angle measurements and calculations of impact, you are using a mathematical equation by taking the width divided by the length, and you're taking the inverse sign of that. And so it is when you're talking about angles of measurement, it is a 10-degree ellipse is going to measure a 10-degree ellipse.
You didn't conduct any type of shooting experiments in an F-250, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't have a 250, right?
No, sir.
Do it to. You just went and picked a retired vehicle, right?
For this class, yes, sir.
For this class. But let's talk about my client's trial, because he's facing a manslaughter trial. Did you conduct this type of experiment on an F-250?
No, sir.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to any further questioning along these lines.
It's gonna be overruled, it's gonna be, obviously you could ask for it or
Sure.
talk about it
Thank
after
you.
you're I'm not finished speaking, don't speak over me. You could, cross-examine this witness when it's your turn, you may continue speaking.
Thank you. So, and this wasn't conducted or done for the purposes of this trial. This was something you had already done with another instructor on a previous class.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, the bullet didn't strike actually the metal, it struck like the stripped area too. This is talking about actual angles to explain to the jury what they're looking at.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I know you said you were gonna take a break. If we could take right now, because I'm about to start the demonstration.
Let's take our 11 o'clock break out.
All rise for the jury.
I'll take care of business. Mary, step off the stand one second.
Thank you, sir.
May the witness step down, Judge.
May I move where I can see you?
All right, investigator Rossi, I think we had this, and then you brought another prop gun with some yarn. Do you think that would be helpful in explaining to the jury angles and things of that nature as it relates to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you come forward.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I can move.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go behind you so I see you.
Okay.
So, first of all, is it fair to say, let me put it this way, based on your analysis, was the defendant perpendicular to the truck when the bullet that penetrated the truck and killed Arlene, was he perpendicular to the truck?
Yes, that is my opinion.
And where you can't say which strike, which shot was the one, can you eliminate certain ones?
Yes, sir.
For instance, can we eliminate 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now let's talk a little bit about angles, okay? Go ahead and take the gun out. And so we're seeing the angles, so if we're dealing with 10 degrees, explain to us what that would be.
So when we look at so this is called a zero edge protractor. If you go to Walmart and you buy a school protractor, it's got that piece on the bottom, right? And so the protractor doesn't start until about 1/4 of an inch onto the plastic, okay? When you are doing things like measuring up against a surface, that ledge on the bottom, that adds degrees, okay? So they have a commercial protractor, and it's called a zero edge protractor. Well, you can take a copy of it because the angle is the angle, right? It starts at 0, goes to 180, and so this is, you can make it bigger if you need to, you can make it smaller. The angle is the angle. So what we look at is when we have a defect, you can put it on the leading edge, so where the impact first occurs, and you line up the defect with the center of the protractor, and then you can measure, if it's 10 degree, then you can either run a laser at 10 degrees, you can run a string, you can do it virtually where you show what a 10 degree strike looks like. And so for these different defects, based on their angle, you can create an in-person demonstration to show what that would look like.
Okay. Now we're showing what's already been admitted into evidence, which was the robbery suspect running from the scene.
Yes.
Is that right? And in addition to being a shooting incident reconstructionist, are you also familiar with firearms?
I am. I am a certified peace officer. I've carried a gun since 2000.
And in addition, when you were at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department, you did things with guns in addition to reconstruction. Explain to the jury what that was.
Yes, so the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office holds an accreditation in both firearms and in bloodstain pattern analysis. And so when we became accredited in 2017, I helped write the accreditation manuals for both firearms and for bloodstain. Then when I became the supervisor, I supervised our firearms section. And as a course of our duties at Montgomery County, we were tasked with function test and test firing all guns that were submitted to the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, whether it be by patrol, whether it be by detectives. And so if it was a scene that I responded to and I was the crime scene investigator, any guns that were collected, it was my job to function test and test fire those weapons, as well as any guns that were submitted by patrol. We were assigned 10 cases per month to keep up with our evidence backload. And so the first of every...
Question and answer, please, at this time.
I'll continue. So, in your opinion, looking at this case, how many total gunshots were there?
How many gunshots?
Yes.
10.
And are they all attributed to one person, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes, they are.
Which is who?
the defendant, Tony Earls.
And you do not believe that the robbery suspect shot?
I do not.
And tell the jury why.
So when I reviewed all the surveillance videos, as well as a video that was from an apartment complex, when you're listening to sound signature, there's only 10 sounds that are consistent with gunfire. And so when I watched the muzzle flash especially from this angle, you can see when the defendant fires his weapon. There are at least 9 notable muzzle flashes. And then there are the various surveillance videos where this robber lifts up his arm. And so the same video that captures the defendant's muzzle flash does not capture any muzzle flash from the fleeing robber.
And when you say that muzzle flashes in 9 of the shots, number 4 is the one you can't see, and tell us why.
So there is on what appears to be 4 where there seems to be something that happens, but the position that he's standing in, it looks like that is mostly covered by that tree. And so when I was going through and going frame by frame, there appears to be something, but where it would have been maybe a muzzle flash, it's just not as clear as the other 9.
So I know you don't believe that the assailant, the robbery suspect, shot, but if he were to, what degree angle would we be looking at best?
So where he is at right there, compared to where Mr. Earls is standing, my measurement down that sidewalk is more than 130 feet down the sidewalk. So when you look for angle to determine what angle that would be from where he is standing to where the vehicle would have been in relation to that sidewalk, Pythagorean theorem. And so it would measure almost a 10-degree angle.
Okay, well, let's show us how that would look with your demonstrative there.
Okay. So if you will be the shooter, I have same kind of blue training pistol. There is a string that I have taped to the weapon. I've taped it down the length of the barrel so that we can keep the so I'm going to give you that.
And you can move that.
And actually, you need to be on this side because this is where the bullet is going to, so we need to switch.
Okay.
Okay, so, and I'm going to just show you, we're going to line up where the center, where the bullet first impacts the target surface, okay? And you're going to center the protractor through the long axis of the ellipse, okay? And so we're going to put the middle line at the entry point, and so you're going to have to lower the gun, okay? And lower it so that it's touching the protractor. Good. Now I need you to step to the right. Okay, right there. Nope, come back just one. So that angle right there to this target surface is 10 degrees. So it's on this plane. If this were the car metal, it is on this plane. That is what a 10-degree shot would look like.
And looking at the stripping as well as the metal behind it, is that what you see when you look at the defect on Armando Alvarez's vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. So can you eliminate this 10 degrees from your analysis?
Yes, you could eliminate 10 degrees.
Okay. Now, so we've eliminated 1, 2, and 3. We've eliminated the assailant's gun. Now, let's look at 4 and 5, shots 4 and 5. What would that have appeared generally?
So when I looked at where the Alvarez vehicle was and the position where Mr. Earls was standing, that when you do the same, use the same Pythagorean theorem, you measure down the sidewalk, so that is actually measuring about a 20-degree angle.
And so what would be the next degree we want to show to the jury?
And so, just for clarification, right? When we are looking at a 10-degree angle coming from the picture on the screen, the robber, okay, that angle would actually, if you could hold this for me, sir.
Yep.
Okay, from what is being depicted, if he were firing, okay, then the defect would be going that way, not this way, right? So we would have to flip this over, okay? Now, if we are talking about where for shots 4 and 5, if Mr. Earls was firing toward the truck, where the truck is positioned, now that would be oriented this direction. Make sense? Okay. So
which side should I get on?
so so we would have to, we can either switch sides.
Yeah, let's go ahead and flip it.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna flip it?
Yeah, flip it.
John, I'm gonna pass you. Well, actually, I probably should.
Okay, and we're still, but at least that way they're oriented correctly. So
Okay. So go on this side?
you're going to go on that side.
Okay.
Okay, and so this one doesn't have the 20-degree
Okay.
on it. So for demonstrative purposes, if we wanted to go to, say, 40 degrees,
Okay. And does that one have 20?
yes, sir, it does.
Okay, why don't we do this one?
Okay, so this is the 20-degree impact. Same concept. You're going to go down the long axis of the defect. If you will hand me the string, sir. So the string is going to be placed okay, and then you are going to step to your left.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, take another step to your left.
Okay.
That right there is 20 degrees.
And so, and I should do my left hand instead of 2 hands. So what does that indicate to you as it relates to the scene?
That the defect into the rear passenger door is not a 20-degree shot.
Okay. So can you start eliminating other shots as part of your analysis?
Yes, based on where the Alvarez vehicle is, for shots 4 and 5, I've eliminated those as being the shots that entered the vehicle.
Now, on the audio, we can hear this tire screeching after shots 4 and 5. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so, can you, while you can eliminate, can you, to a scientific certainty, say which is the one that hit the vehicle, 6, 7, 8, or 9?
No, sir.
Okay. So, but your opinion is a range of what shots would have hit?
Please don't leave your witness.
Which shots are the ranges of the shots when the defendant would have been perpendicular to the vehicle that entered the vehicle that ended up in Arlene Alvarez's head?
I can only say that the most consistent would be shots 6, 7, 8, and possibly 9.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So what is the next angle you want to show to the jury?
I think that it would be important to talk about for them to be able to see the 70-degree impact, which is this one.
Okay. And is that the better diagram to show the 70%?
Can we go back to,
Yes.
it's actually this one. It's just a little bit bigger.
Okay.
And just to set it this direction for orientation.
Okay.
Okay, and so
And you're pointing to the 70 degree.
So for the 70 degree, right, we just talked about two very elliptical defects, the 10 degree and the 20 degree. Now we're starting to get into a more circular type defect. But with the 70 degree, you can see where there is this nose on it. And that nose is telling us direction of travel. Okay, so it enters here, the way that it's oriented, okay? It's traveling upward, okay? So what that looks like is that if we line up here,
And why don't we move this back a little bit so we have some room? Does
okay?
that work better?
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. And because I'm left-handed, John, if you'll just kind of come over here.
Okay.
It's easier for me to hold. So again, we're going to go with the long axis of the defect. Okay. The string is going to be placed at the leading edge, and you're going to have to probably get low,
Okay.
Mr. Jordan. Okay. And so if you'll tilt the firearm down.
Down.
Yes. Down.
Okay.
Down. So for this shot, if this was the side, that is going to be the angle. So the barrel of the gun slightly upward. Okay. And so that is actually, it's down just a little bit. Sorry, down just a little bit. Perfect. So that is what a 70 degree to the plane of the target would look like.
And is your opinion, is that the degree angle when you look at the defect in the truck? It's at 7 degrees.
It is consistent with a 70 degree impact.
And so what we just saw, if you can step down and show us on this picture, is that we were talking about the 7 degree.
Yes, so you can see that it is into the trim. Okay, you can see the nose, like what we saw on the training exemplar. And so it's circular with that nose pointing upward.
Now, when you were looking at the videos, you'd already mentioned the way that the defendant was holding the gun, and up and down and things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
On one foot at some points.
Yes, sir.
And again, what we're talking about to get to that 70 degree is we're talking about either 6, 7, 8, potentially 9. You can't say which one.
Correct. And I can eliminate 10 because you can see as the defendant is exiting the Chase Bank, he is in the passenger seat of the vehicle and the barrel of the firearm is pointed south on Winkler when you see the muzzle flash. And so that then creates another angle into the vehicle that would be similar to what we've already talked about.
Now, Butch, what you say?
Thanks, sir.
I'm going to show you this marked as State's Exhibit 115. And what is this picture of?
That is a still image from the surveillance video where you see the defendant in a position and the muzzle flash along with the Alvarez vehicle.
So, for the record, that is a screenshot of a video that's already in evidence. Is that accurate?
I would assume, yes.
Okay. All right. At this time, State offers 115 after tendering to opposing counsel.
Stage 115 will be admitted into evidence and made public, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right, so on this, we can see the defendant's stance. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is this stance would be consistent with what we just showed the jury as far as the positioning of the gun?
Yes.
Which shot is this one?
That is number 7.
Okay. So what did you do here in this part of the demonstration?
I took a cropped version of the demonstratives that you've already seen on the side of the Tahoe. There is a yellow bar in the middle, and what that does is it's 2 photographs. So it's the photograph of the vehicle that we've already been looking at. It is a crop of the training photograph. And so the 70-degree impact to the vehicle is on top of the evidence image. And through a series of slides, I changed the opacity of the 2 images so that you could see what the 2 defects look like together.
I'm going to keep going here. And so what is the jury seeing as I'm clicking through these?
So it is a reduction in the opacity of the training photograph to where it goes from 100% all the way down to 0. And then you see where it goes from 0 all the way back to where it's solid, so that you can see how those defects are similar.
Now, did you end up building a demonstrative with a computer?
I did.
Explain to us the procedures and how you did that.
So there are 3D software platforms used for modeling or for animation. One of those platforms is called SketchUp. It is owned by Trimble, and it is a really nice way for crime scene reconstructionists to build.
Object to the narrative.
Question answer, please.
Thank you.
That's a state.
Okay. Do you use the measurements that you had received regarding the crime scene and that you did yourself in order to construct this dimension?
I did.
And which software packages did you use to do it?
So I use a combination of a software called SketchUp, as well as another software called Poser, which is a 3D animation software.
Now, and these are going to be still images that you created.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you this part. What is this showing us here?
So this is utilizing the drone image that is placed into SketchUp with an attached measuring tape that measures 30 inches or 30 feet, which was my lane measurement when I went out. And so that is marked kind of on the photograph. And then I've got lines that are attached to that. One that shows 9 feet because there is another ruler that's attached. So that is a 3D ruler. So that's making sure that my ruler for poser is going to be the same as SketchUp. There's a 20-foot mark, which is the length of the Ford F-250 belonging to the Alvarezes. And so that is in there as well.
And so I'll go through these series, this one, and then we have another one here. This is the Alvarez's theory.
Correct. So a feature in SketchUp is they have a 3D warehouse that you can search for virtually anything. One being a Ford F-250 Power Stroke diesel truck. And so that was selected from the warehouse. It was brought into the program. And this is a way that you can make sure that 20 feet is 20 feet so that you are scaled 1-to-1 to the roadway.
I'm going to show you the next part in that next exhibit. What is this showing us here?
So this photograph is showing that after your truck is scaled 1-to-1 in SketchUp, that 3D file is exported out of SketchUp. It is imported into the Poser software. The Poser software is where the people are located. And so when it comes into Poser, then you have a 3D world in which you can add a person.
And you try and make it as generic of a person as possible.
Correct. So it's just a generic person. There's a huge library. It is a male and just generically dressed.
Okay. You go to the next slide. What are we seeing as far as besides the truck and the person? What are we seeing in there and how did you do it?
So once the 3D world is built, okay, there is a series of camera angles associated with that software. So all it is once the truck is in place, it's in the road, the human figure is posed. In this one, there is a gun in the left hand. Then you can toggle between the different camera angles and capture a still image.
And are you doing an approximation of where the defendant was standing based on all the videos and the markers and things of that nature?
Yes, sir. Because I cannot determine, while I can eliminate some of the shots, there are shots that I cannot eliminate. And so what I did was I took shots 6, shot 7, and shots 8, and I tried to generally place in this demonstrative where all of those 3 shots, where the defendant was standing in those 3 shots.
And while you can't say exactly where he was standing, you are confident.
I'm going to object to the leading, Your Honor.
Please don't leave your witness.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Are you confident, like you said before, that the defendant was perpendicular to the truck on the fatal way?
Yes, because of the angle of the shot and that it has a north, that nose is pointed north, okay? So it is my opinion that the shot came in perpendicular to the truck with a slight angle. What I can't account for is that the window trim, because it enters into the window trim, and so I know just from window trim that there is a little bit of a cant to that trim. So that's why I'm saying that it's measuring 70 degrees, but it's coming into the truck perpendicularly, okay? And the cant of the trim could account for the variation of the angle. So while it's coming into the truck straight, there is a little bit of an angle identifier, and I can't say whether that's the tint or the trim is contributing to that, or if the gun barrel is contributing to that, or if it's a combination of both things.
So when we were holding the gun like this, there's a variance that has to do with the trim affecting it as well as how the hand was being held.
It could. And so I am not trying to say that is absolutely a 70-degree shot. I'm saying that there could be a combination of variants where it could have been one of the straight-on shots where the defendant was standing up. It could be shot number 7 where he's crouching down. It could be because there is a cant to the window trim, but what I do know is that is presenting as a 70-degree upward trajectory straight into the truck.
And because of that variance, that's why you're saying 6, 7, 8, arguably.
Correct.
Now, what we see.
So again, this is just a selection of the camera angles that are available within the program. So you're just taking a 360-degree trip through a 3-dimensional world.
And how much distance are you estimating was between the defendant and the truck at the time of firing?
So from where the truck is photographed in the inside lane of Winkler, where the door would have been to a general area of where the defendant was seen on the surveillance footage, it's approximately 36 to 38 feet.
What are we seeing in this?
Now you're just looking straight down from, again, it's just a top-down camera angle. But what you can see is there's a trajectory rod placed where the defect is located on the rear passenger window trim, as well as the shooter position. And then in this photograph, you can see the scale.
Now, this one looks like he's right up on the truck, but depth is important, so explain to us what this means.
It is. So if you've ever done anything in photography, right, photographs are 2-dimensional. So it's hard to see depth. And so when you're standing, when you place the camera behind the shooter, it looks like the truck is like right in front. It's a camera angle capture that you're still looking at 36 to 38 feet.
Like you saw the last slide there.
Correct.
Okay. Then the next slide shows us kind of a different angle, right?
It does. So when you back the camera up in this particular camera selection, it does give you a little bigger depth of field where it doesn't look like it's not such a close-up image.
Let me show you the next image. What are we seeing here? And what's behind him there?
So there's a telephone pole that you can see in the crime scene pictures as well as the drone image, just for spatial constraint. I was able to select the outline of the Chase Bank and raise that up, as well as place 2 trees there on top of the drone image of where the trees were located, just so that you can kind of see the spatial constraint of what that image looks like.
Again, this is another slide. Anything to add to that?
No, this is just, like I said, this is just giving a kind of 360-degree look at a virtual world.
And I believe this is the last one.
Yes, sir.
All right, so what does this image get shown?
So what I was explaining when we were talking Pythagorean theorem, how that looks is that if you use the sidewalk as a baseline, and so the measurement that I took when I went to the scene is I measured from where kind of the center of those trees were located. I measured down the sidewalk to just beyond the fence where the robber is holding his arm backward. And so that's 131 feet. And then the measurement from the sidewalk to where the Alvarez truck rear passenger door would have been, which measures 23 foot. And then when you solve for the hypotenuse, which would be 133 foot, That is the unknown. So the trigonometry calculation, which gives you an angle of 10 degrees.
That's what it
Depends.
Did you want me to begin there, Jim?
Yes, sir, I'm just waiting for the lunch.
Sorry. Well, it's almost afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Rossi. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm fine, thank you.
Good. You and I have spoken a little bit about this case, right?
Yes, sir, we have.
We just spent roughly a couple hours maybe going over the location of where Tony was at the time. He was positioned at the time that he shot at the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've never taken a position, have we, that Tony didn't shoot into the truck?
Not to my
We're
knowledge.
aware of.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Okay. And so basically, let's start out with the premise that Tony shot into that truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And because of all your training and experience, you're familiar with the fact that if a person robs you at night at gunpoint, okay, that you have an absolute right under Texas law to shoot at that fleeing suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, there's no questions about it, that when the jury watches all these videos, when they go back to deliberate, the fact that Tony is shooting at the robber, even when he's running away and they're seeing bullets ricocheting off the ground, he's doing something that Texas law allows him to do, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if the robber was in the truck and that bullet struck the robber in the head, then he still would be in his legal rights to have shot at the truck, right? You got your docs for a legal conclusion?
Overruled.
I mean, he can still shoot at a fleeing suspect, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we know, obviously, from all the evidence in the case, that unfortunately, it was a tragedy, and that's not what happened. So I have to ask a bunch of questions. It might take a while. You seem pretty straight up, so let me start. First of all, I want to put everything in perspective here. And you know from your training and experience, and even in this case, when you have a shooting, it starts out with a 911 call, right? Someone has to call the police, right?
After the shooting?
Yeah, I mean, to get the first responders out there, that's where I'm going.
Yes, sir.
I'm just walking through the process, and the first people that go out there are the patrol officers who might happen to be in the immediate area, right?
Sure. Yes.
Sure, the closest patrol officers, they show up first, right?
Yes, sir.
And we heard from one of them, but as far as how many were out there, we don't really know, do we?
No, sir.
And, I mean, the best you would be able to tell would be by watching the body cams and the video, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you watch a body cam and a video, you're not the first responders that are out there, right?
That's fair.
We heard from one individual, an officer who we were able to hear his interaction with Mr. Armando Alvarez when he arrived on the scene, and from that the jury was able to determine, to kind of get a basic idea of what happened. And you would agree with me that first responders typically will do that at a scene, right? Because they got to know what to rope off and what to do.
Sure.
Okay. And in this case, I think you already testified that they didn't rope off a sufficient amount of area to do an adequate search and investigation at this scene, right?
If I were able to judge what I wish they would have done, then I would say that I wish that more of the area would have been roped off.
So I take that. Here's the thing, no trick questions. You're an expert, and you know what they did and what they didn't do, and that wasn't a very good, in that aspect of the investigation. I don't even know at this point who roped it off, because we've never heard that. But whoever decided what to rope off, in your expert opinion, they didn't rope off a sufficient amount of area, did they?
I would agree with that, sir.
Okay, so, because one of the problems we have, you have a suspect who sticks a gun in my client's wife's face and robs them both at gunpoint. He takes off running, and I think Mr. Jordan had said, you know, he asked you if they knew more, or roped off more, they could have looked for bullet cords in that area, right?
Yes, sir.
And of course, they didn't do that. The other thing, the flip side of that, I don't think he asked you, but they could also look for spent shell casings if they did a search, like you said, with metal detectors and things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other thing that I want to talk to you about is that area had, and I'm going to get into it a little later, but just at this point I want to lay the foundation. Not only was the parking lot of the bank, the whole parking lot, the signs, the trees, and everything important, but there was a secondary kind of location, and you watch the videos, you know there's a point where Mr. Alvarez drives past Tony and his wife exiting the bank, correct? You see the truck go by.
Yes, sir.
And after all those still, I don't know, computer-generated snapshots that you introduced, there is a time, a split second, where you see the truck go by, right, in the videos?
Yes, sir.
And some activity occurs. Mr. Alvarez testified about it. So you'd agree with me that the area past the exit would have been an area that you would have looked at also, right?
Yes, sir. I would have liked to look at that whole
You would have
area.
expanded the whole area, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I want to put it in perspective. Well, first of all, let me just point something out. Would you find it unusual? We had the CSI Motos Perez on the stand, and we showed him an exhibit that had the detectives in it. He couldn't even identify the detectives, the lead detectives in this case. Would that kind of disturb you as an old CSI person, crime scene person, that he didn't even know who the detectives were?
So I've never worked down here in Houston. I know that their agency is exponentially larger than the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, where I grew up with all of our homicide guys.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Okay.
I didn't ask for the why. I just asked based on all your experience. I mean, that's kind of unusual, right? Because even Haig tells you everybody out there is supposed to work collectively as a team, right? I mean, that's the basis for investigating and reconstructing, right?
So I can't answer that yes or no. If I could just give you a short explanation. Because the city of Houston is unique in that the crime scene unit does not work for the same agency as the homicide detectives, and I think that brings a unique situation.
Problems that you don't have in Montgomery County, right?
Correct.
Okay. In Montgomery County, you would probably, if you were out there, let me ask you this way, if you were the CSI guy on the scene who's looking at evidence and taking pictures, would you at least want to talk to the detective, the lead detective while he's out there?
Absolutely.
And that's how you do it in Montgomery County, right?
Yes, sir.
So in that aspect of this case, I'm talking about the one against Tony Earls, the CSI officer who testified, he kind of failed or did an inadequate job as it relates to my client's investigation, right? Well, I'll rephrase it. He did less than you would, how about this? He did less than you would do in Montgomery County, correct?
So I'm not sure exactly what his responsibilities, there were a lot of names associated with the crime scene unit. I know that there was a diagrammer, there was a different name,
Judge, can you ask the witness just to answer my question?
He's asking you a very specific question. If you would just please answer the question.
I'll try to do
speaking
that.
over the witness as well.
Sure. I'll try. Well, I was trying to stop her so I could ask the next question, Judge, but I'll make it specific. You would speak to the detective at a crime scene like that, right?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, in reconstruction, like, for example, one of the things you do as an expert, you go out, if there's a police shooting, you go to the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, we have testimony from you, and we have testimony from other employees at the district attorney's office that they basically got involved in this case a few weeks ago. But in a police shooting, the reconstruction people and the DA's office, they go out to the scene that very date and time that the shooting occurs, correct?
Yes.
And that's probably because of the public scrutiny and everything. But you do a thorough investigation when police officers are involved, right? At the scene, the reconstruction. You've been out there, right? When
Yes.
there's a police shooting?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go to this scene, did you?
Not on February 14th.
While they were investigating, you didn't go out there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And which kind of brings up a point. I just want to ask you up front about this. You know, you'd have to agree with me, reconstruction experts or reconstruction people, you have a wealth of training, you've published, you are well educated, you are well spoken, and you present well on the witness stand. I'm going to give you that, okay? And I'm sure out in the field, you do a thorough job, don't you? I mean, you'd like to think you do a thorough job, right?
I would like to think I do a thorough job.
Okay, fair enough. And there are two aspects of reconstructing. There's investigation, and let's talk about that for a moment. That's when, like in police shootings, you go out to the scene and you help in the investigation. You want to reconstruct what happened, okay? And I think one of maybe the examples besides police shootings would be intoxicated manslaughter cases, sometimes where people might have been drinking. If you have fatality crashes, don't representatives go out there to see what went on?
Yes, but for the record, I do not have a specialty. I have not been trained in any of that. So,
I'm not even going to ask you questions in that area.
okay.
As a matter of fact, I think also you're a DNA expert too, aren't you?
I am a DNA collection,
Okay,
but I have no DNA. I've never worked in a DNA lab.
fair enough. Okay. So you can be used in an investigation, or your expertise can become critical in an investigation to determine if, for example, at that police shooting, whether the police officer should be charged, or, I mean, that's a purpose you serve, right?
Objection is to relevance to this case.
Are you trying to get a comparison or something like that?
Yeah, I'm just making the difference, Your Honor.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
So what I'm getting at is that if your function or primary function in investigating, being out there and investigating, that's to try and determine if a person who might have caused an incident or did the shooting, that's to determine whether or not they should be charged with a criminal offense, right?
So my role is not to determine charging. My role is to collect enough evidence that those that would be tasked with making that determination could do so.
Sure, but in this case, you weren't called out there, so you weren't tasked with that, with that duty, at least in this case, right?
Correct.
In this case, you were contacted by Mr. Jordan about 4 weeks ago to assist him in the prosecution of my client, where my client, by what you're telling me, was charged based on a pitiful, for lack of any other term, a lackluster investigation, right?
So just to correct you, Mr. Osa, I was contacted by Mr. Jordan about 2 months ago. Tomorrow would be 2 months. Yes,
Okay.
sir. But,
All right.
but you're correct.
All right. And the purpose was to assist him in this prosecution, correct?
Yes.
And you know from all your training and experience that when reconstruct crime scenes, you're supposed to consider every alternative theory, correct?
Yes,
Okay, if it's done properly, you consider every alternative theory. Now, Mr. Maroon, he's the one who sent you the link with the case file, right?
yes, sir.
And I think you testified that you, let's see, I was able to look at all the photos, correct?
Yes, sir.
You looked at all the surveillance videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
You looked at Mr. Alvarez's body cam, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, you said you looked at the body cams.
I looked at the body cams for the purpose of fast forwarding to where their body cam could have captured the truck, just to see, because the photographs taken of the truck, some of the pictures taken at the vehicle, their VEB,
So whose body cams did you look at?
I don't recall whose body cam it was. I just, in the folder, I was looking specifically for anyone that walked up on the truck so I could make sure that what I was seeing in the photographs.
So that, okay, so you looked at someone's body cam, you don't know who it is, that's what you're testifying to?
I don't have that information in front of me, sir.
You looked at one of the officers at least that walked up to the truck.
Correct.
Did you look at the officer's body cam who walked up to the truck initially? The first guy who walked up to the truck and met with Mr. Alvarez?
I don't remember seeing a video where Mr. Alvarez was in the body cam.
Well, you're an expert, so I can tell you that Mr. Alvarez has previously testified under oath on two separate occasions that Mr. Earls, Tony, and the robber were shooting at one another, each other. Right? Did the DA's office make you aware of him making those statements?
I don't know that they made me aware of that. I was able to eliminate that anything involving the truck had to do with any other.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the non-responsive.
Have you sustained?
I'll reframe the question.
Please answer the question given to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. So the question is, did they make you available, did they make it known to you that Mr. Alvarez, the gentleman who was driving the truck, okay, observed, Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
To reconstruct a crime scene, a shooting of a moving vehicle in this instance, you'd agree, but you got to look at everything, right? You can't look at these shooting incidents in a vacuum. I think that's the word Haig uses, a vacuum, right?
Correct.
Can't do that. Got to look at everything, okay? And we spent a lot of time telling us or trying to show the jury that Tony shot into the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but we all know Tony shot into the truck, right? Did anybody ever dispute that to you?
I don't believe anyone did anything. They just said, can you help us with this?
Okay. Can you help us prosecute Tony Earls, right?
That is not what was said to me.
Okay. Well, let's go back to my question, okay? Did, when Mr. Maroon gave you the link to the file, did he indicate to you that you should start out with the body cam, the first responder who interviewed Mr. Alvarez as to what he observed when he pulled up to the middle of a robbery?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you'd have to agree with me if you're going to consider every feasible alternative theory, you would have to know, or you should at least be made to know, that Mr. Alvarez told the cops immediately following this incident that as he pulled up, Tony and the robber were shooting at each other, correct?
Objection, statement of the testimony.
Well, I guess I'll try better to rephrase it, Judge.
Clean it
I
up.
mean, I might be paraphrasing, but did anybody make you aware that at some point he had testified to that under oath?
I believe I've heard that information. I'm not aware of where it came from.
Okay. Because you told me they didn't make you aware of it, and you didn't look at the body cam, right?
I testified that I did not look at the body cam where the first responding officer went up to Mr. Alvarez, and Mr. Alvarez stated that he was where the question that you said.
Let me go back, one other thing, two points I want to make. We see arms extended, robber running away. Under Texas law, you don't have to wait to be shot to shoot back, right?
That is correct.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Have a rule.
You can answer, right? If I am holding a weapon and I point it at you, you don't have to stand there and wait till I shoot at you, right? You shoot at me for me to shoot back at you, do I?
No, sir.
Okay. Because I can fear for my life, by your actions, right?
Sure.
You'd have to agree with me. Did you see the actual expression on Tony Earl's wife's face when she was robbed at gunpoint?
I did.
You looked at it?
I did.
Did it appear to you? You'd agree with me. She was pretty much in fear for her life, wasn't she?
I don't know if she was in fear for her life. She did seem very surprised.
Surprised, okay. I guess let me point it out, it's a good point, because it'll be, sure viewers will bring it up. In Texas also, because you have a lot of firearms training, whether you agree with the law or not, Texas has open carry, correct?
Correct?
Meaning it's legal to carry a gun on your person without a license, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's also legal to carry a gun in your vehicle without a license, right?
Correct.
And under the law, you can do it without any training, okay?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me, right?
Yes, sir.
And they have very limited requirements to buy a gun. I mean, for example, there are some restrictions dealing with mental health patients and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
But the average person can walk into academy or anywhere, it's legal to buy a gun, right?
With certain parameters, yes, sir.
Yeah, but they don't require you to get training, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about the file, so let me ask you this. You said you didn't review any of the statements of any of the witnesses.
That is correct.
And typically when you're doing a reconstruction though, I mean, basically to do a thorough one, if you were doing one for an investigation part of the reconstruction, where you're deciding whether to charge someone or not, or actually the DA's office deciding whether to bring a case to grand jury, then you would look at the statements of the witnesses?
Not necessarily, sir.
So you're telling me today to reconstruct the case, your testimony today is that what the people that saw what was going on said happened would be irrelevant to you?
I didn't say that it would be irrelevant.
Okay.
I said that in this particular case, I did not look at any of the any of the interviews or any of these statements, and that I was looking at the physical evidence.
Okay. Because the DA's, you got your instructions from who, Mr. Maroon or Mr. Jordan?
Judge, my answer to that question is going to require more than a yes or no.
He asked, who gave you the instructions, Mr. Maroon or Mr. Jordan? So that would only require Mr. Maroon or Mr. Jordan to be the answer, unless it's someone else.
Or a combination?
Judge, I still cannot answer that question as asked.
Okay. Judge, I'll try to rephrase it to a manner in which you might be more comfortable. Obviously, one of the objectives you were given was to show, they wanted you to look at the physical evidence and establish where Tony was when he shot in the truck, right?
I was asked if yes, that,
I mean, fair enough, we just looked at like all these exhibits you made, all these computer, I don't know what they call them, but do you watch football?
I do.
Did you watch it yesterday?
I did not.
But you watch it, right?
I do.
Would you agree with me that these snapshots, these instantaneous computer-generated snapshots, they're like when the analyst's up in the booth looking down, okay, and then they freeze the frame and they show you, man, he missed that receiver right there, and they circle them and they show it would have been a touchdown. You familiar when they do that?
Yes, sir.
And they're up in the booth looking down, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what they don't tell you or show you the majority of the time is the 3 or 4 350-pound linemen ready to dump their Gucci in the dirt, right?
Sure.
Okay, so these snapshots, they're not really all-inclusive in that they don't show the totality of the circumstance, do they?
No, they show like you said, a snapshot of time.
Okay? And a snapshot can only tell you so much, right?
Sure.
And your snapshots are showing us that Tony shot in the truck, right? They're showing us where he was, and they're showing us, you think it could have been 6, 7, or 8, I think you said, shot, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, remember when we ran?
You may, sir.
Okay. And I guess in furtherance of that, kind of like the Monday morning, quarterbacks or the analysts up in the booth, we met with you like right before trial started, right?
Yes, sir.
So you would have had this case for what, 2 months before you produced or were able to generate all your exhibits and come up with your conclusions?
Give or take, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I mean, you used, let's see, in addition to your work, we had, let's see, a guy by the name of Owen Bledsoe. He's the drone guy. He works at the district attorney's office, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you consulted, I guess, with this guy, Mr. Caldwell, also works for the district attorney's office, correct?
That is,
You never dealt with him?
could you tell me his first name?
Sure, let me look it up here. Zachary Caldwell?
No, sir, I've never heard.
So you didn't deal with the digital guy?
No, sir.
Okay. So I take it you never even reviewed any of his work, like his exhibits or anything in this trial, right?
No, sir.
Okay. All his overlays and compilations and stuff, you've never seen? Okay.
No, sir.
Fair enough. So Bledsoe, he's the guy with the drones, and he gave you the measurements that allowed you to formulate some of your opinions, right?
Yes, well, he provided me access to the software because I'm familiar with the software.
Okay. So I guess so far we've heard from I'm gonna switch gears for a second here. I think you even admitted that moving vehicles present unique issues or problems, right? Because you have speed, you have materials, you have movement of the shooter. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you kind of had to take all of that into consideration to come up with your opinions, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you had what, like almost 2 months to come up with an opinion?
Yes.
All right. And you know from watching the video, Tony had what, about less than 2 seconds to make a determination as to what he was envisioning at that point?
I think there was more than 2 seconds, but it was a very short amount of time.
Well, we're gonna go over that because there's different facets of it, but I want to address, I want to briefly touch on your exhibits, and, you know, it gets a little boring because I failed math, I failed science, so I went to law school, okay? I'm more of like a social scientist kind of guy, but there are probably some people here who are into, you know, all of this engineering kind of stuff and stuff, you know, calculations and tripods and all that, but I want to ask some questions because I'm thinking about this, and you know, like for example, someone was telling me about pitch and yaw. You know what pitch and yaw is?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, so pitch is when the front of the car or truck moves up or down, right?
Yes.
Yaw is when it tilts right or left, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we know from the evidence here today, and you know from the videos, that this shooting took place when Mr. Alvarez, he pulled his truck up to the bank and he realized that there was a robbery going on. You're familiar with that, right? At least you know that occurred, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, because you know, I mean, this is not a drive-by shooting, okay?
Correct.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Mr. Russell, I'll find a place to stop their lunches here.
We can
Whenever
stop.
you feel comfortable.
I can stop right here, Judge.
Okay.
I'm good.
Good to enjoy y'all's lunch.
All right, for the jury.
We'll stand at recess for about 45 minutes. For that search warrant?
Ma'am, are these guns, these blue guns from each?
That's just the,
They'll be okay?
no, sir, just the, like the judicial district. I mean, I don't understand it either. Yeah, recently, well, I don't say recently, a couple years ago, we required in these, evidential search warrants to put what judicial district it is. It's not like the district court. It's,
Which one? What is that? I don't know.
I mean,
It's in Harris County, right?
yeah, I don't know
Is that
what.
one in Harris County?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if not, I can't find it.
Right, yeah, yeah, it's in Harris County. I don't know what all encompasses that judicial district.
Who reviewed this?
I forget the prosecutor's name.
So some prosecutor reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey guys, I need focus, please, pick up. You sure that Mr. Record check us out, do something good?
Yes, sir.
It makes sense when two things are out of order.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I'm such a freak about it.
Yeah.
Did you see my email about
I can file it.
Okay, that's all I wanted.
I can. Did you just send it?
About a week ago, but I mean, I knew you were wearing the all this, so I just didn't know if I should.
She asked me if I could file it.
No, 115 is real shit, maybe more.
Bill still have it?
The stills from
That's
the
correct.
surveillance video.
Yes. Or did you have a?
I took a scrap on that.
Stop.
Did you wear?
I am not.
Or did you want to admit it?
So that still was just on the
And
video.
then they come
No,
to
it's
you
not
guys,
separate.
I make you
I put it back up.
that I have to see.
Look
But it's not from me.
What am I talking about?
You're tough as nails.
I think they even actually put these. I think you guys all put that
115, he
exhibit.
said.
It sounds like one that we.
You guys.
So again, in the snapshot situation. He said it's 115.
I think it's 115, I put it up there.
No.
No?
No, so you're.
You put it up a minute ago where the guy was.
Yeah, but I think one was saying that was just a screen.
The screenshot that I did, because she said it's the same.
Did you?
Well, it had to exist to put it, to publish it.
Yeah, and so I showed it to her, I said, is this the same, is it?
Was it the video?
Oh, no, that's it, that was this. Oh, the
Yeah.
PowerPoint is already, oh, I'm sorry, right, I'm wrong. That is already admitted exhibit.
The
Okay.
video is.
The video. And so just.
So you just stilled the
Still.
video.
Yeah.
You just stilled the video.
Yes.
Okay.
And you guys entered one that has his hand on it.
Yeah, no, I know, we did, yeah. I was just looking for
I'm
yours.
sorry, I was thinking y'all were wrong, y'all were completely right, I was thinking it was 115, you know?
Oh, you know what it is, it's her, you said, her exhibit is on a,
Should be on a drive.
yeah, it's on a drive, okay, I got what you're saying. He published it because it was part of her thing,
When I was there, I was the first.
So you're the only, what's the organization, you're the only certified person in the States? And what, no, but it was in combination of something else.
Licenses, so I have forensic reconstruction with a specialty in shooting incident, forensic reconstruction with a specialty in bloodstained.
Yeah, I was gonna check the blood stain included for me.
Oh, that
That's
is.
okay. I didn't address the process. I'm gonna have to ask about that outside the place. Sure.
So in 23 years of forensic work, I've never rehabilitated. But I can
whole movie, it's so good at the end, it's phenomenal. You gotta watch it. I watched it on a plane the other day. I was crying. Hey, I was just giving that one up. I was asking him. So who, so what, seriously? So no natural colors? I mean, like an outline, like maybe not like, okay, like in Galveston, we have a lot of coyotes. Yes. So the coyote,
Your kids get like a full blown.
Yeah, they get a full, like, that's a
Like
box.
you come in with a 4-year-old.
Last night I made those
Some
fries.
apples.
We do have
We have
Go-go
apples.
squeeze.
Don't hate on the go-go squeeze. Kids love it.
last night they got rice.
You send it to school and stuff like that?
I got a lot of bacon and rice.
My daughter was a fuck rock and shit. No kidding, right? Where's ours?
I know. My son's like, so this is what they're getting. I did bring two.
You want tissues? Because I'm about to ask you.
Oh,
I have a
But it's so expensive to do and.
in case I can do the other eye.
Maybe they can answer such clear photos.
yeah.
You do know that.
You're at
Send that. Like demo. Wait, that's your position, that's a baker. Oh, I think you shot.
Like, the first
You finished off there at the church. He was a baker. What you doing with the cook?
like, and so they grow up with us until they're old enough to go to daycare. What do you mean it's so weird?
I told her, I sang already.
Oh, you told me to
Yeah, she back there.
Okay, yeah, let's wait for her.
I'll get her, I have to.
Let's get her first. Let's get her first.
We do, I mean, we.
Even if. And she doesn't just.
Like a 1 out of 5.
She's gotta get something. Work. There's gotta get like.
I do have that for them.
I can read.
You find it. You find
He's gonna take you downstairs.
It's nothing fancy though. It's just,
It's got a hell of a.
and then hot.
That's a new one, John. Every time I talk to you, it's a fake gun. Or no bullets in the gun, great restraint. You hear this? That's some good art. Fake gun.
No, but I
don't see
this place I went to.
no bullets in the gun. And his last but not least, he has great restraint.
You got 3 and something 5.
The robber for not shooting.
That's how it is there.
So was that.
One time I had,
You got anything else?
That's what she's trying to. I think they do.
a robber with great restraint, I love it. Yeah.
Not everybody's a robber.
So there's some kind of stuff that we're
All right.
Like the,
All rise for the jury.
Is this on?
You want me to be seated? Mr. Also,
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rossi. I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So, I just want to go back and touch on something real quick. This is defendant's exhibit number 8, okay? And I asked you if, do you think that his wife was scared being robbed at gunpoint, feared at gunpoint? You've seen the video?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And probably, would you agree with me? I'm not going to characterize it one way or the other. I use fear, you use surprise. You think this helps the jury to understand what she was experiencing at the time?
Very much. And you asked if she was in fear for her life,
Oh.
but because I have never met Mrs. Earls, the reaction was that she was like surprised, shocked, scared.
Well, you wouldn't, you're not denying that somebody robbing someone at gunpoint, pointing a gun in their face, wouldn't be capable of shooting either Dee or Tony, right?
Correct. I'm not arguing with you at all, sir.
I mean, we have capital murders that occur like that all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Robberies that go bad in a split second. Okay. All right, so let me pick up where I was. I was about to talk to you about your exhibits. I don't want to spend 2 hours, and I'm going to try not to be technical. I just want to point out a few things that, basically when you're doing reconstruction involving shooting vehicles, then you have a whole other set of issues that evolve as opposed to, say, a shooting in a house or an apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you have moving up, you have a lot of moving objects, right? You have a truck that was moving, right?
Yes, sir.
In this case, the truck was moved not only from the point where the bullet impacted it, but it was driven a little bit of a ways by Mr. Alvarez, right?
Yes, sir.
And then I think the testimony is he backed up, he U-turned, and he started to go, the term chase has been used, followed could be used, but he U-turned and he went a distance and stopped the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
So by the time you got photographs of the truck was in a completely different lane facing the opposite way, right?
That is correct.
So you had to rely on the photographs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the findings of the Miss Lambert, the CSI, the investigator who processed the truck at the lot, the HPD lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to go back over all the different materials because you kind of explained that to us, how the molding impacts and metal impacts. The CSI, she did testify that she didn't do trajectory, and we know that she didn't do it because of the defect, the way it was. And she actually even pulled the door apart to look in there to see if any fragments had been left inside the door frame. But she also said that because it couldn't be done, she didn't call someone out to do it who was, I guess, capable of doing it. Did that make any sense to you, or is this kind of a unique, I guess this is a compound question, but I'll let you explain. Or was it unique that it maybe needed more than just a straight rod to show the trajectory?
Mr. Russo, I don't remember reading any of that in her crime scene report, so I'm unfamiliar with what you're asking me.
She testified that she didn't use any trajectory rods. She explained what they were, and I might add that she also testified that she had done it when she worked as a crime scene investigator with more leeway in California for several years. She said she didn't do a trajectory because it wasn't appropriate in this instance because there wasn't a clean hole. Obviously, she couldn't stick a rod through it. So I guess my question is, she mistaken, or was she just, she didn't call anyone out to do it who the protocol would allow them to do it. So I guess my question is, was she mistaken, or you're saying you can do a trajectory under the circumstances?
So it's always been my understanding that the Houston Forensic Science Center does not do trajectory. That is not an analysis that they perform. So if she testified that that was possible for her, but she didn't.
I guess I'm confused. Are you telling me I live in a city the size of Houston and no one in the whole police department can do trajectories?
It has always been my understanding that the Houston Forensic Science Center is not in the crime scene reconstruction business. So they do not do bloodstain pattern analysis, they do not do shooting incident reconstruction or crime reconstruction.
Okay, so if they would need it done, then their protocol does allow them to call someone out from outside, right?
I don't know how they would
Kind of-
address a situation like that.
You kind of do know because you've been called out, right?
I have been contacted by the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
Okay, to go to crime scenes. Have you ever been contacted by HPD?
I have been contacted by Houston HPD detectives while they've been on scene to ask my opinion about certain aspects.
Okay. And you'll discuss the case with them, right?
Yes, sir.
So in this case, Detective Farrell and Detective Hernandez were the two. Farrell was the lead investigator. Hernandez was also an investigator out there. They both worked on this case. When, if any, did you call them and discuss this case?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't. So you didn't reach out to them. Did either no one in the district attorney's office told you that you might to go ahead and call the investigators?
No, sir, because the data that I used to formulate my opinion was captured in the medical examiner's report, the photographs from the VEB, as well as the crime scene documentation.
Well, here's my problem with that, though.
Objection to the sidebar.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. We know you relied heavily on photographs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we know that the photographer, the CSU, Montes Perez, who testified about the photographs, he told us as he moves through the crime scene taking photographs, he can adjust his aperture on his camera, and you know they do that, right?
Sure, yeah, I'm also a photographer, so.
I'm sorry?
I also am a photographer, so I'm aware of how a camera works.
You're an expert in that too, right? I think, or you just do it as a hobby?
No, I would say I have an expertise in photography.
Okay, fair, no, that's fair enough, but unfortunately, you're not out there, so you have to rely on Matos Perez's photographs, right?
Yes, sir.
So one of the things we were able to show the jury, just for example, because to me, because lighting could be, how do I go down? Let's see. Right there. I want to go. Yeah, let's keep going. Okay. So basically, what I just want to show is, like, for example, here's defense exhibit number 2. Okay, look at the fence to the left. And then look at defense exhibit number 3, and it shows that, you know, he was basically out there using all kinds of light settings to take the varying pictures.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There are several ways that you can adjust how a scene looks
Sure.
in a camera.
And I think it'll become relevant, but defense exhibit number 4, okay, and that shows, and I want to point to this area right here. Over near the bank where the robbery occurs, you can see, and you'd have to agree with me, that it was well lit, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you walked out there at night even, and as you move towards the, behind the signs, when you move past towards the fence and the dumpster and everything, it gets pretty dark, doesn't it, as it's shown in this exhibit?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Now, a lot of what you did, you relied on you kind of evaluated the what. You know, what happened? Well, you've come to the conclusion that Tony Earls shot in the truck, right?
Yes.
And you drew conclusions about it could have been one of several shots when he was up on the curb and the truck went by, right?
Can you ask me that question again, sir?
Sure. we drew conclusions as to which shot penetrated the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Based on what you were asked to do, right? And what you took from the evidence collected, what you garnered and put in your computer, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I started to talk to you, I think I called it wrong, but it's like pitch and roll. So the pitch of the road can impact the point of entry on a truck where there's a shooting, right?
Yes, the angle of the road.
Pitch and roll, pitch. So, and here's why I'm asking this question. You're familiar with the fact, because of the video, that this started out with, besides the robbery, but Mr. Alvarez came up on the bank as right in the middle of the robbery, like right as the robbery had occurred, right?
Yes, in looking at the video, it appears that Mr. Alvarez drives up and the altercation is already in process.
The exchange of whatever happened, and it's, I guess one of the disputed facts is, well, we've resolved one, okay? We probably all agree Mr. Earls shot first, right? And you're not even agreeing that the robber ever shot at Mr. Earls, right?
Correct.
That's a disputed fact, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think you call them facts or theories, conflicting theories. Would that be safe to say? That would be a conflicting theory, right?
Okay. I don't think I called it that, but I would agree with you that there are probably conflicting theories.
Yeah. I mean, another conflicting theory is, was it reasonable for him to think in a split-second decision that the robber got into the truck, right? That's a primary position or theory in this case, or issue in this case, right?
Are you asking me if I think that that was reasonable?
No, I'm not asking you if it's reasonable, because I'm gonna go through some things with you about that. I'm asking you if you recognize that is an issue in this case. Let me rephrase it, simplify it. State says it was unreasonable for him to think the robber got in the truck. Defense says it was reasonable under the circumstances, totality of the circumstances, for him to believe the robber got in the truck. Wouldn't that be a controverting issue?
I would say that those are two different theories, yes, sir.
Okay, two different theories, okay. And I noticed that when you were testifying, you were saying that you looked at videos, you looked at photographs, you looked at body-worn cameras, you said and you got the whole file, right? They didn't give you half a file or a little bit of the file. You had indicated you got the whole file from Mr. Maroon, right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay, so in that file would have also been, for example, Tony Earl's statement, okay, right?
Yes, I would assume.
Okay, and you said, and there would be Miss Alvarez's statement and Mr. Alvarez's statement. Those are the three people. The robber took off, so there's no statement from him. But those are the three statements that existed, right?
I will take your word for it, yes, sir.
Fair enough. Yet you said you didn't look at any of the statements, right?
That is correct.
And so I can't go into the statement. I can't introduce it. It'll be hearsay. I can't ask you questions about it. You didn't look at it at all?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You're familiar with how statements are taken, right? And why they're taken, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you've been in law enforcement for so long. Because you know a statement existed, and we already know from testimony that he was taken in and that he gave a statement, right? He cooperated. Let me put it that way.
That is not a question that I had, but I will.
Okay.
I have no reason to disagree with you, sir.
No problem. But here's my thing. If you knew or if they told you that there were conflicting theories in this case, then you would have listened to all the witness statements? Is that what you're saying? Or did you not know that at the time that you were given this case that there were conflicting theories of the case?
My role this time for this case did not require that I look at any witness statements. It was, my role in this case was dealing completely with the scientific aspect of the evidence that was collected, trajectories, distances, multiple shots. And so it had nothing to do with anything that one person said or another person said. It was,
You're reconstructing a crime scene shooting involving a motor vehicle, and you're right. Your instructions were, we want you to come in, I need you to work this up so you can prove he shot at the vehicle, correct?
that is not what the instruction was. The instruction was, with this scene, can you provide an explanation to a jury on how this occurred?
May I approach your own? Okay, if you're gonna give an explanation of how it occurred, then you already told me you should let them know the totality of the circumstances, not just the little vacuum snapshot of Tony Earl shooting at the truck, right? I mean, to be fair to the jury, shouldn't they have the whole picture?
Yes, sir, but that doesn't necessarily come from me.
Okay, so it's not your job.
It's not my job.
Okay, it's their responsibility, isn't it? Or the detectives, or whose responsibility is to work this case up in total? May I approach you, Your Honor? I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you, but
You're fine.
read this right here. That's the, I highlighted it. Now,
Let me just see where we're at.
do you want to know what it is?
No, I'm just.
It's the court approval procedure. Let me tell you what I understand. I understand that you only got on this case 2 months ago, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that they gave you the information for you to review, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And they told you basically what your role would be in this prosecution, right? Pretty much, I mean, what they wanted you to look at and determine, right?
So they didn't tell me what they wanted me to look at. They gave me access to the materials so that I could provide explanation
Okay.
of how the shooting occurred.
Okay. But you haven't given us an explanation of how the shooting occurred, taking into consideration the speed of the vehicle at the time that it was moving in the direction of Mr. Earls, right?
I think I did give an explanation on that.
Okay, we'll talk about that, okay? We're gonna talk about that, but you work for the prosecution right now up in Montgomery County, correct?
I work for the district attorney's office, yes, sir.
They're prosecutors, right?
They are.
Mr. Bledsoe, the guy that flew the drones, he works for their district attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we had this Zach Caldwell, he testified, follow me with this, he worked for the district attorney's office, right?
I don't know where he works, sir.
Okay, well, trust me, that's what he testified to.
Okay, yes, sir.
So that's you, Beasley, Caldwell, okay? And then we had one first responder, that's like the only person out there who was out on the scene, right? And isn't it true that, basically the primary role of the prosecution is not just to convict, but it's to bring basically, let's see, to basically give people all the evidence, okay? It says they shall not suppress facts or access to witnesses that are capable of establishing the innocence of a person. What what I get from that, and I'm not accusing you of doing anything like that, I'm just saying that you have to have a full picture, right? To figure out whether or not his actions were reasonable or unreasonable under the circumstances. Would you at least agree with me to that?
I'm going to disagree in that my role in this case was very small.
That's what, hold on. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that you instruct her to answer my question. Actually, I'll rephrase it for you. Your role was pretty small, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. They didn't ask you, for example, let's look at this. What am I up to? What number? May I approach her, Your Honor? Okay. So, for example, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 17, and I think you and I talked about it earlier today. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you recognize it, right? That's it. State, we all know it's an overview, aerial view of the location of the bank, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to move for defense exhibit 17. No objection.
With no objection made, defense 17 will be admitted to evidence in the
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So, try to do this as best I can. Okay, we know the robbery takes place right here in the ATM, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we know the robber runs this way towards this bunch of trees in the overhead.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now, keep that in mind for a moment. To be fair, we know from defense exhibit number 5, he runs on the grass and he runs behind this chase sign in these trees, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's probably important, or might be important in this case is, you know, as soon as he's out of Tony's sight line, first of all, you'd agree with me that this could block Tony's sight line, right?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, I anticipate that that'll be one of the arguments in this case, that the robber ran behind the sign, right? Now, in any of your, none of those exhibits, none of those steals you did you measure the width of the sign, the bushes, the trees, or anything like that?
No, sir, because
No.
there, I did look at the sign. I looked at that tree to see if after 2.5 years there were anything consistent with what could be a bullet.
Judge, I'm going to object to the non-responsive. I just want to know if you measured them.
No, sir.
Okay. Did the guy who ran the drone give you any measurements of those obstacles?
I had access to them in the Leica software.
Okay. But you didn't inject them into your stills that you made. In other words, when you do those computer snapshots, you got all these pictures of, it's not Tony, but it's some generated, I don't want to call it a cartoon, it's computer generated. It's a photograph. Agree with me, it shows daytime light. I mean, it's bright, correct?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't reflect the tint that's on the truck adequately, does it?
Actually, there is tint to the vehicle. Yes, sir.
I mean, you know from seeing the real pictures of the real truck, not the computer truck that you pulled up, that you couldn't even see in that truck, correct? Do you want to see him again?
I'm just for clarification, are you asking me about the Alvarez truck or are you asking me about the computer
No, the
generated
Alvarez
truck?
The actual truck that was shot into.
The Alvarez truck has black tinted windows.
Okay. Now, you know, I forgot to even ask you just these questions real quick. When you were generating all these measurements and these arrows and this computer-generated graphics and measurements, you made it clear that you used the identification information from the truck to pull up an F-250, correct? And you wanted to make sure you had the right weight and size. You did look into that, right?
Yes.
And I don't know, did you just randomly pick the tires or the type of tires? Because you'd agree with me, different tires can somewhat affect the height of a truck, right?
Sure.
Okay. Did you take a picture of the tires to simulate the exact tires that were on the truck?
The information that I ran was based off of the VIN number, which is the Alvarez's truck.
Which would be the Alvarez's truck as it appeared in 2018, when it would be basically when they bought it or when it was manufactured and delivered, right?
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't take into account the weight of the people in the truck. There was a whole family in the truck. That could impact, even if it's an inch, it can impact your graphics, can it? Your reconstruction. How
that would impact the graphic is if the tires were bigger, then
I'm gonna object to the non-responsive. I wanna move through this.
They're long-winded questions.
They are
She's trying to
long-winded.
answer the best she can, and any objectives she tries to explain.
Okay, I can ask it a different way.
Well, here, let's do this favor. Number one, let's stop talking over each other. Number two, just ask a question, let her answer. If it's a leading question, then I'll just pay more attention and make sure
Thank
I'll
you.
stop her.
I'm gonna try to move along on just that point. Yes or no, the height of a tire can impact the height of a truck, right?
of course.
Okay. The weight of the cargo in a truck can impact the height of a truck, correct?
Yes.
The shocks, depending upon if they're stock or they're not, can impact the height of a truck, right?
I'm not a,
That's a yes or no question, right?
Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. And then lastly, the Alvarez truck, we know it from State's Exhibit 35, it had all kinds of material in it in the back, and then when we saw later photographs, it still had stuff in it. You don't know what any of the stuff that was in the back of the truck, how much that weighed.
No, sir.
I'm not trying to make a big deal about this, trust me, Ms. Wilson. I just want to say that we all agree that Tony Earl shot into the truck. I think that there are a lot of variables that weren't taken into account to show the overall, everything that was going on out there, including, hold on, I'm going to ask a question, I'm sorry. I'll ask a question. You didn't run any tests of any kind to determine the road condition, right?
Correct.
And we know at some point his maneuvering, like did Mr. Jordan or Mr. Maroon ever ask you, hey, look, we know from the videos that as Mr. Alvarez approached the bank and and I'm going to use the word veered, and we'll talk about that, veered in a little, he then, when he realized what was going on, he abruptly took off. So we had a high acceleration. You can see it in the video. You recall that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then I don't know if it's totally clear in the video. I think he hit the curb at that point over here, and it caused all the stuff or some stuff to fall out of his truck. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
So that's kind of a strange. That's a different maneuver than a individual just driving their truck down the road, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so they never asked you to reconstruct the manner in which that truck maneuvered down the street, did they?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's something that you as a reconstruction expert, with everything you had, you could do. You could reconstruct it. It might not be 100% accurate like you're shooting diagrams, but you did not reconstruct the path of the stroke, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what's important to us, I want to ask you about this, is we know the robber runs behind the sign and he runs behind the trees, correct?
Yes, sir.
We know we know from Mr. Alvarez's testimony that the robber intersected with his truck at that point when he was getting ready to veer in over here. So let me ask this. You'd have to agree with me that what would be very important to know is how much time elapsed between the time that Mr. Earls saw strike that. What would be important would be the amount of time between exactly when the robber hit that edge of the sign and went out of sight, and how soon after that Mr. Alvarez's truck emerged. Okay? As a reconstruction expert, you'd have to agree with me that that would be an important fact, wouldn't it?
I think it is an important fact.
Okay. So I take it that the jury has a right to know that, and did they ask you to reconstruct that? In other words, did they tell you to figure out from the time right there, when you first saw him go behind the sign here, okay, and the truck emerged, how much time did Tony have to make a determination that the truck was filled with a family? Well, would it be safe to say you didn't calculate that?
That is not where I thought you were going with the question. Can you ask me that again?
Okay. Did you reconstruct a portion of this event in an exhibit to show exactly the moment that the robber would have been out of Tony's view behind the sign and the sign emerging from out from behind the truck emerging from out behind the sign? Did you reconstruct that?
I didn't need to reconstruct it because
No. Your Honor, I'm going to object to
That's a
the
yes or no question.
non-responsive. That's a yes or no. Did you reconstruct that?
I'm going to answer no.
Okay. No. Oh, that's good. Next question. From the time the truck came from here, okay, to wherever over here I'll even use your exhibits, where you put Tony shooting in those snapshots you did. From there to there, did you reconstruct the truck hitting the curb and then coming over?
No, sir.
Did you reconstruct the timeline between the coming out from behind the sign and where Tony shot?
The timeline, no, sir.
Okay. And I know you did a bunch of calculations about bullet weight, and you did varying truck speeds at 45 miles an hour. Where is that? Is that exhibit on your, that's actually not printed, that's on there. Do you have the USB on that? Do you want to pull it up or you want me to go through it? I just want to see her chart where she says at 45 miles an hour, 50, 60 miles an hour. While he's pulling that up, I have another question. We hear all these shots, and did they ask you to reconstruct a timeline between each shot? Like how long from 6, 7, and 8, or 1, 2, 3, then 6, 7, 8? Did you calculate times relative to the shots?
No, sir.
So far what I'm getting, wouldn't you agree with me, is I'm getting a reconstruction, but it's kind of the what happened reconstruction, not the why happened reconstruction, right?
That's
Like
correct.
the what being, I'm sorry, that was a yes?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
When you were explaining these exhibits to me earlier today, we talked about the timeline, and I wanna go back to just the one calculation you did. And I guess to illustrate it, what I was trying to figure out, and I asked you about it, was taking into account, you know, the speed of the truck and bullets and all that stuff. I think I was trying to figure out if I'm obscured here, I'm the truck, and I'm obscured, and I come past the sign at 45, 50, whatever the mileage, you know, mile an hour is, because you didn't calculate it, but were we able to get an idea of time between that point, okay, and him making a decision that he's going to shoot at the truck like this in your diagrams or your still snapshots?
No.
You didn't calculate that time, did you?
No, sir.
It was like less than 2 seconds, wasn't it?
If you're telling me that's what it is, I have no reason to
Well, I
disagree
mean,
with you.
okay, let's do this. The jury has all the videos, right?
Yes.
And really, if they really want to, for themselves, see how fast this transpired that night, okay, then they could just watch the videos, right?
They can absolutely watch the videos.
Okay. Because you'd agree with me that why Tony reacted the way he did is important, right?
I'm not the person to ask that question to.
I need you to help me out. I'm a little confused about why you didn't call Detective Farrell. He's a homicide investigator. He's leading this investigation, okay? And it's your testimony you didn't contact him.
That is correct.
Did you not contact him because you didn't care what he had to say? Or did you not contact him because they didn't want you to hear what he was going to say? Or what? Why is Farrell not contacted and brought into this mix?
Objection compound, triple compound question.
That's a stain.
I'll rephrase it, okay? I'll rephrase it. You work on a lot of cases, don't you? All kinds of cases up in Montgomery County, right?
Not as many as I used to, but yes, sir.
And I think you've actually worked on cases before with John, right? I'm not going to go into specific details, but you've worked on cases with Mr. Jordan, right?
I have.
And in those instances, you communicate with the detectives, don't you?
On certain cases, yes.
Yeah, I mean, even Haig says you don't reconstruct crime scenes in a vacuum, right? It takes a whole team effort, right?
He does, but he also says that relying on witness statements, that you don't have to use witness statements, that the physical evidence speaks for itself.
Okay, but in this case, okay, you didn't examine, you only handled one aspect, a very small portion of this case, and the key issue in this case okay, certainly includes the reasoning behind the shooter's actions, doesn't it?
Not when it pertains to me.
Okay, so I guess we can agree, you and I, that they hired you for a very specific purpose, right?
Disagree. I was not hired by the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
They borrowed you, is that a better?
I am.
I'm not claiming when I say hired, I didn't even ask you if you're being paid for your services. I hope you are, but that's not my point. I guess your role was limited in this case to a very small portion of what occurred out there. That's the shooting aspect, right?
That is correct.
Can I ask you a question on these reconstructions and stuff?
Yes, sir.
you've heard the expression junk in, junk out, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that basically means that you get out what you put in, right?
Yes.
I mean, if somebody wants, and I'm not saying this is you, I'm just talking in general terms. If someone creates some type of reconstruction or compilation, okay, and, or whatever you want to call it, reconstruction is good. If someone wants to create a reconstruction, they're the people who choose, that person's the one who chooses what to put in the computer to get out something in return, right? Results, to put out results, and this is not attributed to you. I'm just speaking generally. For example, if someone is an incompetent reconstruction person, then what they put in may not be adequate, right? To show exactly what happened. Is that a better way to put it? Can I preface this with Judge, with one statement? You're qualified, okay?
I'm going to object to the continued compound questions. They're not even waiting for an answer, Judge.
Well, I wanted to let her know I wasn't
Let's
picking
try
on
to
her.
use the rules and let's ask questions and answers. Let's try it that way.
You got it, Judge.
Actually, you guys, I'm ready for a break.
All right, for the jury.
Take off the stand. Take off the stand rather than use it. You all may be seated. We're going to take a 15-minute break.
And you know, we don't longer have that. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, I'll have another year. Great, yeah, we don't. Yeah, they said they put it back on yeah, so that's another thing.
Why do you?
That was just just take stuff out. It's certainly better to include everything, at least at the trial, and then we can then argue about what gets taken out.
So. She recognizes that she was she's just not true.
And then you get
Yeah, no, I'm not. She can't say it's her.
they're like numbered, and then you have to find a number and you tell them. There's a lot. That's why we didn't know, we were like, we should have for years, not like, the big
Well, it's one of the, it's some of the reasons, but it's all the things I showed you and I said, do you recognize this? No, this one's not. No, this is the real one. I know you couldn't, but I just now. But really great, let's just. It's only can't be given so No, I don't. I know there's a law, because I went out there's a code sign. Yeah, but it can't. No, I'm not. I'm going to say.
That's essentially what he told me. I think
Neither one of them. It's not clear. It's not.
That's funny. That's what I do.
Are you guys ready or no? No, it's negotiating?
So we're just, I'm just gonna say, we talk to the state. Put it on the record. Judge, may we approach?
Judge said, no, we're just letting you know something, we might want to put something.
Well, I think they want the record to reflect, Judge.
There was
Let's keep it down.
one municipality that the business is closed, and we weren't able to authenticate it, so it's not evidence, they want to put it in, we're not going to object.
It's still the same question. We're gonna have this act or that. Yeah. You're gonna go have dinner on that. I'm just gonna leave that. It's another.
I just think the fewer words that are said, the better. The fewer words said, the better. I'm gonna offer this, they don't object to it. Okay, 10.
Well, what did I say?
This is why we're asking the poll words how you get in, there's a strategy involved. They're all right, they're right.
So many words.
Wait, they're always right.
The more words you say, the more ideas you give.
All rise for the jury.
Y'all may be seated.
Ms. Dorsey, during the break, you had an opportunity, we showed you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 16, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you looked at it, you were able to identify.
I was.
Okay, and then we had a further conversation with the state. We're gonna move, Your Honor, to introduce this, but Your Honor, both sides, they're not objecting, both sides wanted in evidence. We just weren't able to find a custodian of records because the bar is closed. For the, put it in perspective, it's the bar right next to the Chase parking lot, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's correct, Judge. I agree.
What number is it?
Defense The number.
17, 16.
16.
With no objection made and by agreement, defendant 16 will be admitted as evidence. 16.
That was perfect. Can we publish it, Your Honor?
You missed it.
Primarily what we were looking at, to put it in focus for the jury, is it shows the direction of Mr. Alvarez's vehicle as he approaches the back parking lot at the bank, okay? And we had some discussion as to whether he had he put his blinker on or he hit his brake, and am I correct, you weren't able to decipher it, but we said we'll just let the jury look at it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They can take it back, and they got plenty of video footage to watch. Thank you. Now, you'd agree with me, it's kind of hard to see, right?
It is, yes, sir.
But you will see, and if, Anna, you want to stop it, just when you see the truck come into view. May I approach the screen, Your Honor? It'll give them an idea of why we put it in evidence. If you'll stop it for one moment, just to put it in perspective, okay? Chase is here. The fence that we see and the dumpster and all the different angle videos, this camera is facing towards the dumpster, the fence, and it's from, I guess next door was a bar that is now closed down, correct? Is that?
I think this is
there?
from the bar.
Okay. There's the dumpster, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll stop it when the truck comes in view. That's the truck coming now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, stop it right there, go a little bit further, and then that right there. Now, so right to its, right on the other side of the dumpster would be the entrance to the back, correct?
On the other side of the fence, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, because you haven't done any reconstruction of any of this, I'm correct, you haven't done any reconstructions or exhibits pertaining to this part of the incident, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm not gonna ask any more questions than that, okay? Next, you and I talked about the fact that you've been out to the crime, the scene at the Chase Bank. I got at least like 3 occasions, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And we talked about the fact, let me show you what's been marked as, if I may approach Defendants Exhibit 18 and 19. In this trial, and you may not have been aware of it, there's discussion about Tony, as he's exiting, there's an exhibit, a state's exhibit. I told you about it, where he opens the door, he shoots to his right down the street.
Yes, sir, I saw that.
You remember that? Okay. Now, the jury at this point, they've only been, because of the CSI interaction and lack of investigation, they're gonna have to rely on a video that the state referenced. We talked about that. They have to look at.
Continue to object to the speeches and the narration before a question.
Sir, just.
He's testifying. I have to lay the foundation.
I know, but it's too long. You're
Okay,
testifying.
I'm trying to show you.
You're interrupting me again. I thought we covered this already.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Let's not speak over each other, please. But you can't speak for 20 minutes and ask a question. Just please ask a question. Let's move forward. You may continue, sir.
Thank you. Have you watched any portion of the videos where you had to rely on the reflection in the mirrored wall of the bank to make determinations as to what was going on?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me just say this then. I'll show you what's been marked as 18 and 19. And I'll ask you, when you went out to the bank, were you able to see what was out there on the side of the building relative to these two pictures?
I saw this side of the building, yes, sir.
Okay, you walked all around because you were doing a thorough walkthrough, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and these accurately depict what you saw on the side of the building that day?
I did not specifically see that, but that is how the building looked, and how Winkler looked. Yes, sir.
This time I attended to opposing counsel 18 and 19.
No objections to 18 and 19, Judge.
With no objections made, defense 18 and 19 will be admitted into evidence and may continue.
Focusing again on the kind of poor job that the investigators did.
Again, continued objection of the narration testifying before question.
That's sustained.
That wasn't even a question, actually.
That's sustained.
Yeah, that was a statement, wasn't it? Okay. I'll let them decide. So,
That's sustained.
8? Okay, so defense 18, that shows the location of the side of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then facing Winkler, and you see the camera that's facing there, right?
I do.
Okay, and then all 19 is, so the jury gets a better perspective, it shows a close-up, doesn't it, of the camera that was out there?
Yes, sir.
And when we talk about reflective wall, I know you didn't watch video, but was it safe to say when you went out there that day that the whole side of the Chase building is covered or built out of a reflective material, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a mirrored surface.
Okay. Now, and I guess I will ask you this, based on everything you know now, if you were out there and you were the CSI, you would have attempted to get that footage, wouldn't you, if it existed from the surveillance cameras on the side of the building?
Yes, any surveillance videos.
I want to go back for a moment. I know in one of your exhibits, you had a still of the robber with his arm extended, correct? It's
Yes, sir.
blown up, and they can see it when they look at your exhibits. And this is defendant's exhibit number 9, and it also shows the robber running with his arm extended out, right?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me if you watch I'm sorry, strike that. Yours is just a still drawn from the actual video, right?
Yes, sir.
Mine is a still, ours is a still from the video, right?
It appears, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, they're just stills, right?
Yes, sir.
But if you watch the whole video, then you can see that he takes more than one step. He takes multiple steps. He's running with his arm back like that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, I think you commented to me that he had a pretty big stride, didn't he?
The
The robber.
photograph that I was able to, the still I was able to take shows him in full stride.
And so if you compare defense exhibit number 9 to your photograph that you pulled from the video, you will see him in 2 different positions, correct? Well, 2 different running positions, I guess is a better way.
His legs are in 2 different positions while his torso is in the same position.
Thank you. I guess let me ask it this way too. Actually, as far as 9 goes, you see where he is. When we talk about shot number 4 on that sequence, no one's been able to pull out where the robber is when shot 4 goes off, right? He's obscured from the dumpster, isn't he? I'm not showing it in this picture. I'm just asking you from your recollection, if you recall.
Sir, can you rephrase that?
Sure.
Because I don't know what you're asking.
Okay. you position people all over the place in different exhibits, like you followed Tony, you followed the robber, but as to shot number 4, okay, we don't have a clear picture of where the robber is at that time, right?
Correct, because of on the other photographs, you're able to see like the muzzle flash, but on 4, on 4, it's hard to see because of the trees.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about Tony, I'm talking about where the robber is when 4 goes off.
Correct.
Okay. In other words, we don't know where the robber is when we hear shot number 4, right? That's all I'm asking.
Correct.
Did you know, we know it was on the 22nd of February, February 14, 2022. We know it was 9:45 at night. Do you know what day of the week it was?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
So you don't know whether it was a weekday or weekend night?
I don't, sir.
And then I have one last question. Considering how, well, no, I have more than one, sorry. You'd agree with me that even Mr. Alvarez had to make some quick decisions that night, right, once he came upon the robbery, right? Like driving decisions.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you'd agree with me that it's kind of a chaotic situation when you drive into a robbery in progress or a person fleeing from a robbery, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And you'd agree with me that Tony would have had very little time, like just a second or two, a couple seconds. I'm not talking from the time he gets out of the truck. I mean, out of his SUV and shooting at the robber. I'm talking about from the time the truck emerges from the sign after the robber ran behind it. That was like very short period of time, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so he had a very short period of time, seconds, to process that there might have been a family in the back of that truck at 9:45 at night.
I think that's fair, yes.
And he didn't have the benefit of being able to see in the truck, right, because of the windows.
I would agree.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Steve? Makes it even worse, doesn't it? Not being able to see inside the vehicle?
It does. It's hard to find what you're shooting at if you can't see.
Now, you had, let's go back to the agreement. Are you making any extra money by being involved in this case at all?
No, sir.
Is there an agreement between my office and the Montgomery County District Attorney's office that while you work on this case, we're paying your salary that they would normally pay? We're reimbursing them for your salary when you work on this case?
Correct. There is an agreement where I believe the County of Harris is reimbursing the County of Montgomery for the time that I have spent working on this case.
So you don't profit at all?
At all.
Okay. Now, as far as, because there were some questions regarding when I contacted you, Moon sent you things, did we instruct you what we wanted you to do?
No, sir.
Was the general request, you tell us if you can give us an analysis of the shooting?
So when you contacted me on July 23rd, you asked if I would be available to assist in a case. I said, what are you looking? I asked you what kind of case it was, and you said it was a shooting case. And I said, well, there's a new protocol since I have come to the district attorney's office, and I need to find out what that is.
Because previously, when you've worked with DAs in this county, including myself, you were with the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department, and we didn't have to have an agreement.
That is correct.
Now, when it came to, we sent you everything when it came to the decision not to review statements, whether it be the defendants or Armando's at the scene right after it happened, whose decision was it to not include your analysis of the statements?
That is my decision, sir.
And explain to the jury why you chose to not look at statements because of the nature of this case.
Because of what I was asked to do, and it was to provide an explanation to you all on a specific snapshot in time. When the bullet impacted the truck, what did that look like? What was the angle? And so it does not rely on what a detective says, what a witness says. It's just a scientific part of that. And so although I was provided with an entire link to all of the materials, I still follow a methodology and work through the scientific method on what I was asked to do in this case, which was to give you all a snapshot of what I believe to be the shot that killed Arlene Alvarez.
And whether someone claimed that the robbery person shot first or multiple shots, or that the defendant wasn't responsible for all of the shots. You're just looking at the physical evidence to determine what you believe happened on the shots.
That's it. Yes, sir.
You were asked about the reconstruction of the driving of Mr. Alvarez in the truck. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you tried to explain why it was not necessary for you to reconstruct that area. Remember, we was talking about the chase sign and how much time there would have been for him to see the truck. Remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And you specifically were trying to say why you didn't have to do reconstruction. So I want to give you the opportunity. Why didn't you have to do reconstruction regarding when the robbery assailant disappears behind the chase sign and when that truck appeared?
Sure. So there are, when we look at the scientific method, right? We state a problem, okay? We develop a hypothesis. We find data. We can do an experiment. We test that experiment, and then we form a conclusion. Okay. So we use the acronym PHDETC. It's easy to remember. So problem, hypotheses, the data, okay, the experimentation, the test, conclusion. When you are looking at when the robber disappears, there is a video, the chase video, and you can see that the robber disappears from behind the sign and the tree and the fence, and the Alvarez truck is on the street and the headlights appear. That occurs simultaneously. And so if could the robber have gotten into the truck, it is my opinion that because of where the robber is when he disappears from view.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. And now,
She's now responding to his question that he would let her finish.
Right, just ask the question.
Okay. So the answer that you said at the end was the robber disappears behind the chase sign and simultaneously the truck appears.
Correct.
Now, you actually went out to the crime scene, so you have the perspective of where the defendant was standing.
Yes.
So when you get asked questions regarding the crossing of the paths of the truck and the robbery suspect, from the defendant's standpoint, would he have been able to even see that?
No, it is once where you are standing both in the lane by the ATM and anywhere around that, where the fence is and the sign and the tree, once you are beyond that sign, you can't see anything.
You were asked about the lifting of the arm and whether someone would be fearful if they saw someone lifting of the arm, so you don't have to wait for someone to shoot. From the defendant's standpoint, would he have been able to see the lifting of the arm?
No, you cannot see anything past that sign.
In addition to going out there, did you actually drive in your truck while you were out there several times?
Several times, yes, sir.
And why did you want to do that?
Because when I reviewed the video, the few videos, there was a part of the video where it was like, I was trying to determine myself if Mr. Alvarez was trying to turn into that first driveway of the Chase Bank. Was he trying to anticipate the interaction of maybe hearing gunfire and so I just wanted to see for myself, having driven down that road during the daylight, because of how far that fence sticks out and how quickly that driveway comes up in that part of the road. And so I went down to the Home Depot, turned around, and came back at regular speeds. And there is no way to quickly turn into the Chase Bank at that driveway. You almost have to be at a stop before you can make that turn. It's a very sharp right turn to get into where that back ATM section is.
Right after the fence?
Right after the fence. And that any attempt to whip in there, you would have ended up up on the curb in the trees.
In fact, in order to turn right, we would have had to almost turn left with a big truck to get.
Objection, I'm gonna lead to that, that's a leading question.
Okay.
Rephrase.
As opposed to turning right, like that little dip, in order to get a truck in there, what would you have had to have done?
It is from where the road is, it is a very sharp turn in for, now I do not drive an F-250 diesel truck. I drive a Dodge Ram kind of pony cab truck. And even for my little truck, it was difficult unless I was almost stopped to turn into the back parking lot.
But again, no matter what that happens, from the defendant's standpoint, would he have even seen that dip or the turn? Or
No,
the
and I
Just
actually,
speculation as to what my client could see around.
While you were standing at the scene, from the defendant's perspective, would he have been able to see a variation that we are seeing on the video? We have the benefit of the video from watching him from across the street.
I'm gonna object to, and it calls for speculation what he could see, because I don't know where he's putting my client.
Why don't you respond?
I believe I'll ask it from that. Did you go to the scene and stand? I mean, you did the measurements, you did the markup of the shooting. Did you stand in the areas where the defendant would have been standing?
I did.
From those perspectives, would you have even be able to see a variation of the way that the truck was driving?
So standing, I spent hours at that scene, and standing in various areas, anytime a car would approach, until any vehicle, a truck, a car, until that vehicle was parallel with the Chase sign, you couldn't see. You could see it coming down the road because of how the curvature of Winkler. But then once it kind of straightened out, you could not see anything about the vehicle until it was parallel with the Chase sign.
That's what you showed.
Defense.
So do I understand you correctly, you stood out there at night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you watched the headlights of trucks?
And cars. Yes, sir.
Okay. And whether, I guess I'm a little confused, let me ask this. So you're saying you don't know if Mr. Alvarez was turning in to use the back ATMs or the front ATMs, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. We talked about this, you know he veered, right?
Ye-
To the right.
Yes.
Where the entrance is.
Yes.
You already told us you never marked the speed, you couldn't gauge how fast he was going, right?
That's correct?
You know that he, on the video, he does slow down, right?
Yes.
And you told me that even on the video we introduced collectively, you could see brake lights, right?
Yes, sir.
But really where he was heading really isn't that important, is it? I mean, whether he happened onto the robbery, but whether he was gonna go to the front or the back, his intent doesn't really play into what Tony's thinking or observing, does it?
No, and I was not asked to evaluate that at all.
That's fair enough. Now, when you were out there watching these headlights, like Mr. Jordan's asking you, did anybody make any sharp turns or quick accelerations to where stuff fell out of the back of their truck?
No, sir.
Okay. And that was never duplicated for you to observe, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm concerned because you said that they developed, or who developed the hypothesis? They did or you did?
What hypothesis, sir?
You said you start out with developing a hypothesis.
That is the methodology in which I evaluate cases.
Okay. So you developed the hypotheses not on everybody's dynamic or position regarding what happened. You developed the hypotheses based on what they hire you to do. Oh, I don't use the word hire. Ask you to do is a better word. Ask you to do. In other words, they told you, you were instructed, they wanted to show that he shot into the truck, right? And where he was when he shot into the truck. Is that accurate?
Mr. Oso, I want to answer you, and I know you're going to object because my answer is going to be long.
Wrong. Okay.
You're asking me about a hypothesis like it's big picture.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I can't talk over you. I'm going to try to rephrase it. Did you have you had 2 months to work on the case. Did you have a framework? Like, you said you had a limited role, so someone has to assign the limited role as opposed to a big role. So you had a limited role, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you went and looked at all the evidence to further your, or to complete, as a better word, your limited role, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's none of my business, but I do want to ask this question. So when you were going out there at night, did they at least give you overtime?
No. No.
Okay. That's all I wanted to, I don't even really care.
Keep on moving forward, it has no relevance, move forward.
Okay, thank you. So while you're developing this hypothesis, we have one shot that's not accounted for. That's shot number 4. Okay, and everybody gave different reasons. But when you determine
Objection, mischaracterization of the evidence thus far.
That will be sustained. Statements made by the attorneys, including opening statements and closing statements, are not evidence. The evidence comes from the witnesses and the exhibits. You'll probably hear me say that a couple of times more. You may continue, sir.
Thank you. When you were unable to locate a muzzle flash, let's say, relative to shot number 4, did you then think it would have helped to talk to the detective that was out there that night?
No, sir.
Okay. Same question, when you didn't locate a muzzle flash, did you think it was then helpful for you to listen to or review Tony Earl's statement regarding what he believed happened out there that night?
No, sir.
And likewise, Mr. Alvarez, you didn't see any reason to consider anything that the eyewitnesses to the event had experienced?
Correct.
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
State.
Nothing further, Judge.
Minutes must be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Texas, call your next witness.
Safe Texas Restaurant.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sam, I'm ready for a 5-minute break.
All rise for the jury.
You all may be seated. Defense, did you want to be heard? Any motions?
We would, Judge. At this time, the defense would move for a directed verdict. The evidence thus far, Judge, has been legally insufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Earls acted recklessly on the night of the incident when he fired his weapon in the direction of the robber and the truck. As this court well knows, and I believe we would agree for the most part that the issues of self-defense, defense of property at night, mistake of fact are things that are going to come into play and have come into play in this case. It's the state's burden to prove that those things do not apply in this instance. None of those have been disproved beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, in light of the evidence presented, they have failed to prove that the defendant was acting recklessly and that he was aware, not should have been aware, but was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk, that he consciously disregarded that risk, and that disregard constituted a gross deviation from a standard of care an ordinary person under all circumstances viewed by Mr. Earls. The definition of reckless in the law is very, very different than it is when we live our normal lives outside of this courtroom. And the key issue here is whether or not Mr. Earls was aware. What we know he was aware of is that a gun was shoved in his wife's face. They were robbed at gunpoint. The robber ran off, pointed a gun behind him. And it's been conceded a number of times, I think, by both sides. The state has agreed, the state's witnesses have agreed that Mr. Earls was well within his right under state law to fire at the robber. It's not enough that he should have known, Judge. The question is whether or not he did know and consciously disregard that risk. So in light of that, we do not believe a rational juror could find beyond a reasonable doubt that he acted recklessly, and we would ask this court to enter a directed verdict of not guilty.
The motion is denied. Do you have any witnesses? What are you doing? What are you doing?
We do, Judge.
Okay, that's good. You want to take a 5-minute break? We got everyone?
Probably just have a 2-minute break.
I'll give you a bunch. Let's take a
Run
minute
it back
break.
real quick.
That's the one I want to wait. Your battery dying?
I think I'm doing pretty quick.
Yeah. It looks good for a long time.
Couple hours.
Not too bad.
It says 7 p.m.
What?
Y'all, the jury wants to work till 7 p.m.
What? No.
I got nothing to do.
Are you serious?
That's what they said.
No one likes to work past 5 in this building except for me.
Her 10 fingers hurt. I feel her pain.
Okay. I've been through a few.
Where's
What are we saying?
He's debating whether he wants a 702 on Sasha, but psychology is a recognized science. It's not even scientific. Where is
You okay?
So, outside the search warrant?
Let me know if you can tell the job.
Waiting the directions and mayor,
Don't say that. Don't say that.
my little heart, like,
Yeah, there's a process. Say that. But you know, you can't make a big deal because it's just, well, like, I'm like, you're not supposed to say that.
Saved it all the time.
Yes. So, somebody had a fine.
hey guys, let me get some order, Sam. I want to talk to both sides. Who is your first witness?
Let's keep it down.
You're Sasha Labor.
Are y'all trying to have a hearing on her or not, so I can hurry this up? Okay. Y'all spoken to her, I suppose, or something? Or something? What is it? I don't know. I guess I'll find out.
I'm sorry, I'm
I don't know.
Psychologist.
I gave her an original version of the Earls Jr. Before y'all turned in the compilation, just so she can see the whole thing instead of giving her a version. Yeah, but she's not part of this rental study. She's not. She likes to do it. She can't write. I will not, to the extent that I'll make it clear, give me a little bit of what about me? I may try to get into that, because that's fine.
I said that's it.
Yeah, I think you messed it up on purpose.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to do it.
I didn't know what to do. It's just a lot of work. But Carl said she just showed she was sent somebody work on it. It's just a lot of hurry up and wait. The way I look at it, it's one of it's just been a long time since I've been out of state. She will show up. She always show up. But right right now, I'm just trying to figure out who it is. Cause back in the day, it was confused. But when I called Blue Rest, they say, it's state. I got a bloodhouse.
Did Mr. Olson want to go to the?
Oh, what did he go? I think he went.
Mr. Olson is a defendant.
I just got to do somebody. Oh, he already went, Judge.
Sheriff.
Oh, back in the
182nd.
182nd.
Why do we have the ND? I'm pretty sure they're confused about it.
I think that's a G.
Like, when's your bailiff?
I don't know. Maybe him. We got 5 new people.
He's pretty reckless before you are.
I heard that.
Like near to the courts, or to the whole thing?
I'll do the courts.
Oh, okay. Who are new to the whole thing? You don't know these days, they hurt many people. Am I assaulting my officer child? I hate to do that.
7 minutes back though.
He gets what? They'll just
7
take
minutes
you.
back.
Does he? He's gonna press a pants button. You know? We already did that. I know.
Call his judge hit it at the same time.
So I'm ready when y'all are. Okay, good deal. Oh, where's Mr. Olson?
It was for coffee. I want coffee. Make me want to get it. You ready, Joe?
Forensic science.
Yeah.
I just told him that he had to live through it. And the reason that he was so he makes the same money that the people do, leave it to the work and come back. He's started it, he's going to, that's the reason why these guys have such a high did. Before you get them out, the level that they're at, oh, you're a chief, and you're a chief, or you're a two, and you're a two. And these guys are much more reduction. And you need to have people who see, when you see a guy like him,
All rise for the jury.
he needs to get that procedure. That's just, that's the American way. That's right, and that's what freedom.
Maybe seated. State of Texas having arrested West End defense.
Defense calls Dr. Sasha Lambert. Dr. who? Dr. Sasha Lambert, she's right here.
This witness hasn't been sworn in?
Hi, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Step up there, just the microphone, please.
Thank you.
Do me a favor and please roll up your chair closer to the mic. If Ms. Wilshire is ever looking at you, that means you're speaking too fast. So,
Okay.
There's some water if you need some liquids. You may, Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Dr. Sasha Lambert. I'm a clinical psychologist. I work primarily in forensics.
Where are you from?
I'm from Lafayette, Louisiana.
Can you give us a kind of a thumbnail sketch of your education background?
Sure. So I got my undergraduate degree at the University of Mississippi, my master's degree at the University of Kentucky, my doctoral degree at the University of Southern Mississippi. I did my internship training. It's a requirement in order to get the doctorate at the University of Massachusetts Medical Center, Worcester State Hospital. And then after that, I started working in a government agency for several years, was licensed initially as a clinical psychologist in 2013, and then I started my own private practice that I co-own in 2015.
You said you do some forensic
Correct.
work. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Forensic work is assisting the court in answering psycho-legal questions. So it can be in criminal matters like sanity or competency to stand trial. It can be risk evaluations, how likely someone might be to engage in a certain behavior. It can also be trial consultation and training.
Have you had training experience? Have you done your own studying and research on how trauma may affect the brain?
Yes, it's a primary area of my work and my study. Not only do I see a lot of clients where this impacts outcomes of legal matters, but I also do clinical work in this area. I regularly present on this topic, and I've had training in that area since about 2007 when I did a full neuropsychological rotation at the University of Massachusetts.
So, what were you tasked with by us for this case?
I was asked to explain how the brain responds to significant stressors or traumas or threat reactions.
And you're being paid to be here, correct?
Correct.
What is your hourly rate?
$300 an hour.
Now, as far as, I guess let me make clear what you were asked for and what you were not asked to do. You're not going to sit up there and tell the jury precisely what Mr. Earls had in his mind at the time of any of the events in this case, fair?
No.
Okay. You've not examined him, correct?
Correct.
You're here to talk more globally about how the brain functions for everybody in certain situations, fair?
Correct.
All right. So let's start with the brain structure, okay? And Judge, may I get up and use myself as a demonstrative here?
Yes, sir.
All right. And may I ask the witness to come down?
Sure.
I was going to get a model, but I thought, what better than my pasty bald head? All right. So come over here and using this pasty bald specimen, show the jury where the different parts of the brain are and what they do.
Okay, so from your time in the womb, the brain develops from back, I'm going to try not to touch you, but from back to front. So this area in the brainstem is where the things we don't think about happen. That's breathing, that's your heart rate in general, that's digestion. That's kind of considered one of the more primitive parts of our brain. Then, as we develop, we start to develop the mid part of our brain. And one of the areas that I'm specifically interested in is, sorry to do this to you, but if I were to drill a hole right here and through right here, that's where a lot of the parts of the limbic system live.
What is that part of the brain called?
The limbic, the midbrain?
Yes.
So this is the midbrain. We're looking at specifically the limbic system in there. So those include components. One is called the amygdala. And the amygdala, which is a tiny structure in there, is one of our main systems to determine threats. That's the part that helps evaluate what we see, what we hear, to determine if it's a threat, and to begin flooding the body with any hormones or substances we might need to
to decide if we are going to fight or flee. It's also right next door to the hippocampus. That's important. Here's how I kind of remember the hippocampus. Hippocampus is where we store memory. So I think of it as a campus is where you learn stuff. The hippocampus stores our memory, and the amygdala and the hippocampus are right next to each other. And there's a reason for that, an evolutionary biological reason for that. And it's because emotionally laden memories get stored differently than our normal memories. So everybody's probably had the experience of the first time they touched a hot stove, and that is not something that you tend to forget easily. So those are together so that the brain can store that and respond to threats extremely quickly, sometimes before we're even aware what's going on. A lot of people have had an experience of dropping something and you can reach out.
Slow down for me, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of people have had the experience where you drop something and you can reach out and grab it before you even realize it. This is your brain kind of working to keep your environment as threat-free as possible.
All right, so from there, where do we
So
go?
then we move to this front part. That's this part right here. One of the big structures there is the prefrontal cortex. And that's one of the things that we think of that really makes us human. In humans, this is a really large portion of the brain. That's where we have things like planning, judgment, our ability to predict consequences from certain actions. This is, not to be cute, but kind of where we think of our thinking good part of our brain. So when things are normal, a lot of our information, can you turn to the side again? Sorry. A lot of our information comes from right in here, which is where we get a lot of sensory information, and it processes up to the front where we then decide what to do with it.
All right, grab a seat if
Thank
you don't
you.
mind. Okay, so given the general structure, I want to venture next into how the brain functions. So take a situation like we're in right now. I'm asking you questions, you're answering questions. What's going on in each of our brains? How physiologically is it functioning?
I'm going to give you for an average person. So I don't know if anybody has social anxiety or something like that, but for a completely average person, what's happening is we are all kind of evaluating what's going on in a relatively calm manner. Most of us probably have what would be considered an average heart rate, an average respiration rate. And so we're thinking top down. So you remember how I showed you guys that we develop bottom up? Most of the time when we're calm and we're not, this is our word in our field is arousal, hyper-arousal, meaning the body is triggered to act in some ways to keep us alive. When we're not triggered, we think top down. When we are triggered, we think bottom up. And things can get a little stuck right in this middle section because our threat system is activated.
All right, let me ask you this. Judge Madd published it previously
Yes, sir.
in an exhibit. All right, so I'm showing you defense exhibit number 8, where we see a reaction to a gun being pointed at my client and his wife. Is this the kind of thing that could trigger something called a fight or flight mode?
Having a gun held to you, absolutely.
All right, so let's walk you through kind of one step at a time here. When your brain gets a fight or flight mode trigger, okay, that's my word, correct me if I'm wrong, tell us physiologically first what happens. Are there chemicals that are released?
Yes. So one of the first things that happen is, remember, your brain exists to keep us alive. So certain areas of the brain become more active, certain ones become less active. So we see someone hold a gun to our face. Maybe they say something. Maybe they say, stick them up, hold them up. That means our hearing becomes more focused, our vision becomes more focused, pupils will dilate. And so we're taking that sensory information from back here, and then we're going to do quite the stop off here. You guys remember I talked about the amygdala. That's our main fight or flight spot. That thing is ready to rock and roll when you are upset. So it begins releasing hormones It increases your airways. Everybody that's heard of an EpiPen for somebody, that's epinephrine. That's what that part of the brain naturally does. So it makes it where you can breathe faster and get more oxygen. It sends out additional oxygen to your limbs so you could run or fight. It focuses vision, where some people actually kind of get tunnel vision and they have better visual acuity, but it's much more threat-based. They're looking for movement. They're looking for things that could possibly be a threat.
How well at that point is your prefrontal cortex, that thinking part of your brain, functioning for most people?
For most people, that functioning is suppressed. So this process that I'm talking about is a matter of milliseconds. It's taking me longer to explain this to you than it would be to have the brain happen. And you can stay in this state for a few different minutes. During this period, access to the prefrontal cortex is suppressed. It's harder to get there because the information is stopped here.
Is there ever any situation where people can be trained away from that?
Yes, but it's very difficult. A lot of that training occurs with people who are law enforcement officers, military training. Some first responders are given a lot of training and practice to try to override is the wrong word, because the system cannot be overridden. Our literature shows that time and time again. But it enables them to maintain a calmer level where they can access the prefrontal cortex, that front part, a little bit easier to increase the likelihood of making good decisions.
Okay, so, and even when people have that training, are they always able to override the natural tendency to go into fight or flight mode?
No, there's a pretty solid amount of peer-reviewed research that discusses the fact that in training, people who make a good decision, whatever that is, depends on the study. But people can be as accurate as 90% of the time they make the good decision, whereas in real life scenarios that drops to typically about 50%.
So let's shift gears to this situation. Now you've never met Ms. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. But were you provided items to review in this case?
Yes.
Can you list for the jury what was provided to you to review?
I was provided with Mr. Earl's 911 phone call. I was provided with videotape of the incident, the robbery. I was provided with Mr. Earl's statement, his interview statement with police, and some of the narrative reports of the arrest.
Okay. Did I just want to make this clear, did I make it clear if there was anything else you wanted to see to let me know? I'd be happy to give it to you.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else that you requested?
No.
All right. So let's talk about the video of the robbery taking place and everything after that. I'll, for the record, what I sent her was a version of State's Exhibit number 108. That was the compilation of the shooting with the audio and everything. Okay, so I don't have to play it here. Do you remember seeing the video that showed Mr. Earls getting out of the car and firing his weapon?
Yes.
Okay, and then going out the driveway and doing one further shot?
Yes.
All right. And were you given police reports, et cetera, to review that helped give you context of the whole incident?
Yes.
All right. So starting off, was Mr. Earl's reaction in getting out of that car something that is consistent with a fight or flight response?
Yes, it could be consistent with a fight or flight response.
Explain.
So, again, these are natural reactions. In some way, some elements are automatic. Let me clarify that. When I say that, what I mean is the amygdala's response, the body being flooded with hormones corticosteroids, things that decrease your ability to feel pain, that is beyond control. We can't do anything about that. As far as ability to access the prefrontal cortex, while I cannot say anything directly about this specific incident, I would expect that to be somewhat impaired. The functioning here is suppressed, meaning oftentimes time becomes different. It's not quite as linear as we think. Periods that seem like a long time go by in what feels like an instant to people in those scenarios.
Doctor, let me stop you there and ask you this. Those things you're explaining, is that what happens with average, ordinary people?
Yes. I'm only saying that because average, ordinary people is kind of complicated. It depends on how that's defined.
Sure, okay.
But in general, someone who has not had any specialized training like military or police, yes.
Okay. So, and then, you know, the way that the testimony has come out is that the pickup truck stopped as after the initial shooting, right as Mr. Earls was coming out of the driveway and he took another shot. Is that something that's also consistent with the fight or flight response to a potential threat?
Yes.
Please explain.
So, if you are already in a fight or flight response, if you are in stress response mode, certain things are going to happen to your vision. Your vision is going to become much more aware of bright lights, so like reverse lights. You are going to become much more aware of movement, and your body is going to respond before, in most cases, you really evaluate what is going on. You simply see either an additional threat or a continued threat.
Now, you're aware there's other people besides just Mr. Earls that are part of this whole incident, right?
Yes.
Is Mr. Earls the only one that's going through this physiological response?
No.
Okay. Who else in this incident would be going through?
Anyone, just in talking about just viewing the video, anyone who was involved in this incident, from the original person who held up Mr. Earls to Mr. Earls' wife, to anyone else in any of the cars, every single one of these people experienced a very significant stressor. So every single person involved in this is going through the same thing.
And to be completely fair to everyone, I mean, that Mr. Armando Alvarez, the driver of the pickup truck, he's going through the same physiological response?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may we approach?
You approach me or the?
You.
Okay, sir. Mr. McLeese, I think you have the witness.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach your witness, Judge. Now, among the other things that you reviewed was the defendant's statement, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, we're not allowed to get into what was said, so we'll avoid that. But I want to show you defendant's exhibit number 20. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and you had an opportunity to review the video of the statement, right?
Yes.
And does defendant's exhibit number 20 fairly and accurately depict a still, a screenshot from that statement?
Yes.
Right. Tender to opposing counsel and offer defendant's number 20 into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
We'll go to Tremaine.
So, at
Exhibit?
one,
Okay.
oh, I'm so
Defense
sorry, Judge.
It's okay, sir. Defense exhibit number 20 will be admitted as evidence in your published, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. At one point in the video, or in the video statement, and again, let's avoid what Mr. Earls said for evidence reasons, we can't do that. But the officer, does he show Mr. Earls something?
Yes, I believe it's either a video or a picture of the robbery.
Okay, and when we say the robbery, this is of Mr. Earls and his wife, like around that time where they were robbed, right?
Correct.
All right, and defendant's exhibit number 20, what's Mr. Earls doing there?
I don't know exactly if this is the time, but it's around this time that he begins to cry.
Okay, and is that something that is consistent with somebody who has just gone through a fight or flight type of mode?
Yes, it can be consistent with someone who has just gone through one and or is actively re-experiencing that mode.
All right, along those lines, is this a switch is on or a switch is off as far as when you're in this fight or flight mode, or does it kind of vary?
No. In general, people oftentimes think about being able to access that prefrontal cortex as an on or off light switch.
Start out, please.
Sorry. As an on or off light switch. But it's more accurate to think of it on a dimmer. So different things will allow that access to occur. So this is not an on and off. It's a spectrum of behavior, and it's a spectrum of bodily responses.
And is that spectrum of behavior and bodily responses something that reacts in proportion to the perceived threat?
It can. In short, the larger the stressor, and when I say larger, what I'm typically talking about is lethality. So the more lethal a stressor, the larger and less predictable the response will be.
Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge? Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So when you said a reasonable person, Stan, you weren't talking about in legal terms, right?
No, that is beyond my purview.
Okay. You're just saying normal people can experience these things.
Correct.
And some people can't, correct?
Did you say some people cannot?
Correct. To a degree.
To a degree, yes.
And having never met Mr. Earls, you don't know what his response was.
Correct.
Because you don't know what he brings to the table, correct?
Correct.
Like, for instance, when you're dealing with somebody, let's not talk about Mr. Earls, a person may actually already be a hothead, so to speak, right?
Correct.
Or a very quickly to anger person, correct?
Correct. There are temperamental differences, yes.
Exactly. So what you bring to the table very well may exaggerate or affect how you're going to respond to this kind of action.
Yes, while there is a general human response, there are certain individual differences that can affect the magnitude of that response.
Right. And I appreciate you're giving us concepts that the jury can consider, but it really is subjective a lot of times depending on who it's happening to, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And like, for instance, in this case, Mr. Earls made a whole lot of decisions before that robbery, correct?
Objection. I think you misspoke, but mischaracterizes the evidence. Mr. Earls did not do any robbery.
No, before the robbery. I didn't mean he did a robbery. Like, meaning he chose to have a weapon, correct?
Yes.
He didn't have to, but he chose to carry a 9mm on his person, correct?
I'm not aware what the type of the gun was, but yes, I am aware that he had a gun on him, yes.
And you will agree that when you choose to carry a weapon, there comes responsibility, right?
Sorry, I'm thinking of if I can make that actual judgment. I would say yes.
I mean, gosh, if you're carrying your weapon for protection, if something happens that you are describing that could get us in this situation, carrying that weapon could affect the outcome, right?
Could, yes.
And you said fight or flight, right?
Correct.
And no doubt, being robbed is a very fearful thing, right?
Yes.
Like, I'm sure his wife was petrified with a gun to her face, right?
I don't know specifically, but I believe the average person would be yes.
I mean, when you saw the picture, we can conclude.
Yes.
I mean, you sound like another expert that says she won't say that it's fearful.
She
but can we
appears
agree?
terrified,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay. And then he's right next to her, and he, I'm sure, is afraid as well, right?
He appears afraid, yes.
But he also, he's probably mad that his wife is being robbed, right?
That's possible, yes.
And if he has that gun in his waistband there, he doesn't take it out during the robbery, does he?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
He doesn't want to put his wife in jeopardy to take the gun out, right?
Correct.
So he's responsible enough at that moment to choose not to do something like that to put another person in jeopardy, right?
This is actually a complicated question that I would have to answer with I'm not sure.
Well, it's also an innocent third party is sitting right next to her. And if he has the right to shoot and kill that robber, he's putting that innocent third party, his wife, in jeopardy, correct?
Objection, it's a vague question based on the
I'll be
word.
very specific. You know the robbery occurred, right?
Yes.
You know the robber's on the side of the car, correct?
Yes.
His wife is the innocent third party for
Correct.
him trying to defend. And he chose, with a gun in his waistband, not to take the gun out and shoot the robber because his wife is right there, right?
Though I'm having trouble with the word chose, and I'll tell you why. One of the precipitating factors before a fight response is a freeze response. This behavior, which I believe is in the picture as his engaged in this behavior, this is not just a learned behavior. This is kind of almost an automatic behavior.
Okay.
So there is a chance that in the moment, you're not always just worried about your own survival. Sometimes if there's a child near you or another person near you, that person can play into this system, almost increasing the threat. So I'm hesitating with the word choice because I don't know how much of a choice it was or if that behavior is representative of a freeze until there was a moment that the threat left the scene.
Okay, well, let me remove choice. He doesn't take his gun out at that point and defend he and his wife, right?
Correct.
And if he would put he and his wife in jeopardy at that moment, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Then, when the robber runs off, right?
Yes.
He gets out of the vehicle.
Yes.
He then immediately shoots as the robber's running away. When
That's
he
my
gets out of the
memory,
vehicle.
yes.
And all he is seeing is the back of someone, right?
Objection, it calls for speculation. There's no way for Mr. Jordan to know what the defendant was seeing.
Justice,
Well, you saw the video, right?
Yes.
You can clearly see when the defendant gets out, he is watching the robber run away from him, right?
I'm trying to determine if I can. He appears to be looking in that direction. I don't know if that's exactly. The video isn't clear enough for me to see exactly where his vision. Remember, we talked about how sometimes you can get tunnel vision when that stress response is activated. So I don't know exactly what he was looking at, but yes, he appears to be looking in that direction.
Okay. And then he shoots at the robber as he's running away.
Yes.
And so that would certainly be the fight, not a flight.
Correct.
Okay. And so, and human emotion is interesting, right? It's like, when it comes to like self-defense, you had to do it. That's fear normally, right?
Yes.
But when you are angry in a fight, that's the opposite of fear, right? You are angry that this person just run.
No, I would not say that's the opposite of fear.
Okay. Well, it's not fear, it's anger, correct?
Correct.
Right. Then, once that robber disappears in the night behind that sign, the defendant could have gotten back in that car. Right?
Yes.
That would have been the whole flight thing, right?
Possibly.
Like, you're fearful and that you lost the suspect or the robber. You get back in the car and you drive away, and that's the fleeing part, and nobody gets killed, right?
Correct.
And he did not do that.
No.
In fact, he actually goes into the grassy area, right?
Correct.
And he ends up firing into the next vehicle he sees, correct?
Objection calls for speculation. There were 2 vehicles. There's no foundation that that was the one he saw.
There's this thing.
The first vehicle that came his way, he shot at.
If memory serves, yes.
Multiple rounds in the direction of the vehicle.
Correct.
And remember the whole that fight and flight thing. He is not giving any kind of indication of flight. He is now fighting. He is shooting a gun at a vehicle.
Correct.
And he is not jumping behind the pillar to protect himself, right?
Correct.
He is actually getting out in the open space with the gun out, right?
Correct.
He's not like dick down like this, right?
Not that I recall.
He is
Correct.
he is in the open.
Correct.
Right? Not flight at all. He's not fearful at all. He is angry.
That behavior does not, in my world, mean that he is not fearful.
Okay. In your world.
Yes. In psychology.
I'm just a common guy.
Yes.
In psychology. But
yeah.
there is no indication from looking at this that he's fearful at that point. If you think you're going to get shot at, when you get behind a pillar,
Not necessarily, no.
when you get behind a sign,
I mean, I personally would, but I know I am a fleer. But it's different depending on the person. There are some people, remember how we spoke about temperament?
Mm-hmm.
There are some people who do tend toward fight almost every time.
yeah, and those people are different than people who don't, right?
Sometimes, yes.
They're scary, right?
They can be.
Objection argumentative.
That's overruled.
It can also be people who are in public service, like military personnel.
We're not talking about military, we're not talking about public
okay.
service, we are just talking about someone reacting to this event.
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, in mixtures, because you testify in court, so we have to mix psychology with the law, right?
Right.
Okay. And we know that in that beginning, when the defendant is firing at the person running away in Texas, the law does say he can shoot and kill that person, but it's only to get his property back because the robbery's over with. You realize that, right?
Yes.
It's, at that point, he can shoot in the back because he's trying to get his property back, right?
Okay.
Now let's fast forward to the end in the 10th shot, right? Now we got someone in the car is parked away from him, right?
Yes.
And you probably know there's some testimony that Mr. Alvarez gets out of the vehicle, so they see him outside the vehicle.
Yes.
Right?
Objection, speculation, mischaracterizes the evidence. There's nothing indicating who saw which person get outside the vehicle.
Witness sustained, please clarify your question.
Well, we've heard multiple statements regarding Mr. Alvarez gets out of the vehicle, and the defendant, you saw the 911 tape, right? You heard the 911 tape.
I heard the call, yes.
And you heard his wife describe the person who was in the car was an Hispanic male, right?
Yes.
And from a vantage point, the only way you would know he's a Hispanic male is if you saw him get out of the car.
Yes.
Okay. So as they're exiting, they see the Hispanic male outside the car, right?
I would, yes.
And the car is parked away. And by firing that shot and then driving left away from it, you're clearly not trying to get your property back, right?
No, I would argue you're probably trying to escape.
Right? Now you're fleeing. Right?
Yes.
But you're not shooting down there to get your property back, which the law would allow. You understand that?
Objection to the sidebar regarding the legal conclusion of what the law allows.
It's overruled.
Yes.
So that would be inconsistent, that you shoot and go the other way if you're trying to get your property back, right?
Inconsistent from a legal perspective, yes.
Okay. And you also heard in the 911 that he says that he was shot at first, that's why he had to shoot, right?
Yes.
And that would be kind of like a self-defense issue, because now you're fearful. But we know that didn't happen, correct? He wasn't shot at.
Objection, that mischaracterizes the evidence. That's their theory, but that's not necessarily what the evidence shows.
That's sustained. Statements by attorneys, including opening statements, closing statements, arguments. are not evidence. The evidence is gonna come from the witnesses and the exhibits given to you. I say this on both sides, I've said it before. May continue, sir.
You saw that chase video, right, of the robbery?
Yes.
You saw him get out of the car, right?
I'm sorry.
You saw the defendant get out of the car?
Yes.
You didn't see that assailant shooting at him before he started shooting, right?
No.
Okay, that's why I asked the question.
Okay.
So when he was shooting, he wasn't in fear, right, then, right?
I don't know if he was in fear or not.
But you would agree that the first shots and the last shot are inconsistent with trying to get your property back, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, back to those middle shots, he is in the open space, just firing into a vehicle that he can't see into, right?
I don't know if he could see into it or not, but yes, he is firing at a vehicle.
Makes it scarier if you can't see in the vehicle. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't know.
But then he also does something else. After the vehicle passes, did you notice he kind of then goes even further and looks on the sidewalk to look, see where the vehicle went?
Yes.
Then further exposing himself and clearly not fleeing, right?
Yes.
There is a real possibility where his wife may have been fearful. He was just angry.
There's a possibility, yes.
And although you wouldn't concede that he's not fearful, you said you never willing to say that, but nothing objectively from his actions, immediately getting out of the car and shooting at someone as they're running away, his actions of going into an open space and shooting in a vehicle and not ducking, his actions of
Objection,
shooting,
this is a closing
none of
argument.
that objectively shows fear.
Objection, this is a closing argument.
That's gonna be sustained, just ask it again if I may.
Nothing about his behavior that night shows fear, it shows fight, right?
It shows a stress response, so it would be difficult to determine. Fight can be a manifestation of fear in the stress response.
Pass what you say.
Mr. please.
Very briefly, the prosecutor talked to you about fear, anger, fight, as though these are all completely separate things. Is it possible for these things to coexist after a highly stressful event, like having a gun pointed at you?
Yes, they often do.
Pass the witness.
State.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Next witness, please.
At this time, we call Andrew Tavarella. Oh, Your Honor, before I start though, can we,
Oh, just wait, this is Dan.
you can put him on stand, I just need to sign the state's exhibit.
This witness hasn't been sworn in?
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, thank you.
Just step up there, Judge.
Judge, if I could get State's Exhibit 108. May we have a moment to set this up?
While they're doing that, sir, if you could do me a favor, speak loud and slow. The school charge is a little busy, that means you're speaking too fast.
I can start us off while she's sitting there.
I'll remind you.
Thank you.
Would you go ahead and state your full name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Andrew Taravella.
And you can you tell us where you reside, not the specific address, but are you from the Houston area?
I am from the Houston area since a young child.
Okay. And you're employed now, right?
I'm employed, yes. I'm a crime scene analyst and reconstructionist with Expert Witness Solutions.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about your background and experience. Give us kind of a general synopsis of how you got to the point to work as an expert in this field.
Sure. So I graduated from Stephen F. Austin University in Nacogdoches with a criminal justice degree, and I went from there into the Army, where I was a helicopter pilot for about 8 years.
Where was that at?
That was Army Reserve, actually local in Conroe.
Okay. And you operated as a helicopter pilot?
I was. I was an officer in the Army Reserve and flew Apaches and Cobra helicopters.
Okay, I'm going to let you go on, but I want to ask you, how long were you in the military?
I did 8 years
Okay.
as a reservist.
Okay. Even as a reservist and a helicopter pilot, did you have training with firearms?
I did, yes.
Okay. How to shoot?
Yes.
How to respond to gunfire?
Yes.
Things of that nature. Okay. And go ahead. So after the military, when were you in the military?
1988 is when I joined. So I joined from the military. I went to the Houston Police Department in 1992. Excuse me. I first did years on patrol, and then several years later I became a divisional crime scene unit at the West Side Patrol Division. And shortly after that, in I believe it's 2000, I joined the Homicide Division and became a crime scene investigator. Once I was a crime scene investigator, I began teaching crime scene investigation classes routinely at the Houston Police Academy. I was an adjunct instructor for Texas A&M University in forensic photography, as well as an adjunct instructor at Keystone College in Pennsylvania. From there, I attended many, upwards of probably 40, 45 or so forensic training conferences and symposiums, where I routinely presented and taught some workshops and seminars, and then amassed thousands of hours in training, a large majority of which were in the disciplines related with crime scene investigation and reconstruction. That included everything from fingerprinting, crime scene processing, evidence collection, trajectory analysis, forensic photography, bloodstain pattern interpretation.
I was just going to ask you, have you testified as an expert in the state of Texas before?
I have. Most of my testimony was for the state as a police officer for this county. Before I retired from the police department just earlier this year, which has enabled me to then broaden my where I was previously restricted as an officer for civil or criminal just on the state side. I can now work for defense and other areas.
And how long did you say you were with the Houston Police Department?
I was with the Houston Police Department for 32 years.
Okay. And out of the 32 years, how long were you in the Homicide Division?
So I was a crime scene investigator. Homicide Division, the crime scene unit was transferred in and out of different divisions through the department with reorganization, but just under 16 years as a crime scene investigator.
Since it's 4:45, I'm going to move on and then ask you a couple questions. So, how did you get involved in this case?
So as a crime scene reconstructionist for a company that's known in the community, I was called by you about 3 or 4 weeks ago and asked if I was interested and had time to help with this case.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether that process took place as a result of Celestine Rossi being brought into this case for the state?
Well, that's what I believe. So I was brought in, as you know, as in a reactive manner instead of like she was brought in a proactive, asked to do certain things. I was brought in to be more reactive, to analyze the case, look at the evidence, look at basically the case file, and then be available to look at how the other experts from the state side had interpreted a certain piece of evidence or did their testimony, and whether or not I agreed, disagreed, or that their methods were valid.
More particularly, did we ask you to review some of the exhibits that were created by members of the District Attorney's Office, Harris County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And so to move along, you had an opportunity, I believe it's State's Exhibit number 108, is it? Okay. You recall seeing the compilation that was put together by, I believe it was Mr. Caldwell, sorry. It's getting late for everybody. Zachary Caldwell, you had an opportunity to look at that, correct?
I did.
And for what reason, well, first of all, when did you first have access to it to review it? Let's go with that first.
We're talking about Mr. Caldwell's
Yes.
compilation?
Compilation.
I believe that was Thursday morning of it's day 2 of the trial.
Okay, so after the trial started, you were given an opportunity to look at that compilation, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it safe to say that during this trial you were sitting in, not either here or watching the live stream to listen to the various experts testify for the state in this case?
I did, yes.
And why did we ask you to do that?
That was the only method that I had to actually review things that were offered into court, such as this video and other exhibits.
Okay. We didn't ask you to do any reconstructions of the actual shooting, did we?
No.
Did we, had we ever asked you or told you that we were challenging the fact or wanted to challenge the fact that Tony
I'm going
was
to
shot?
object, Judge. It's a violation of the court's order regarding communications between experts and the defense.
Just clarify your question. Mr.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, the specific reason we asked you to get involved. Were you asked to do some reconstructions, or were you asked to review their experts' evidence, testimony, and exhibits?
So I was asked to review the exhibits and their testimony and offer guidance to the defense regarding those.
And as to State's 108, the compilation, you said you first saw it on Thursday. Did you still have, I'm sorry, the second day of trial, did you still have an opportunity to review it?
I did. Part of what he presented, I was only able to review through the live feed, was not offered the physical file to look at.
Okay. I want to talk to you about some of the things. You could republish your Honor 108, and I'm going to, if I can approach him. Yes, I'm going to tell you where to stop it. I think we're all in agreement that this whole incident started out with a robbery, correct?
Correct.
An individual running up to Mr. Earls and his wife while they were at the ATM.
Objection, narrative leading.
You're setting up a question, I assume?
I was going to ask, is this the compilation with the call-outs? Okay.
You're asking me for that?
Well, you've seen this video?
I've seen this video in many different contexts, so until it gets playing, I don't know if it's the one with call-outs or not.
Would you stop it when you see the call-outs, Mr. and Ms. Baker? Thank you. So you can see them later on, right?
Yes.
Now stop it for 1 second, would you please? You've seen the photograph that's in evidence that shows his wife and Tony has his hands up like this, right?
I have, yes.
And so there was some questioning by Mr. Jordan to the psychologist about him not pulling out his gun. He would have to have shot, well, first of all, at the point that he was referencing and questioning her about why he wouldn't pull his gun out, based on your review of the evidence, at that point, was his wife being held at gunpoint?
Absolutely.
Okay, you may proceed. Stop it right here. Stop it right there. Where the, how come the call-outs are the graphs?
It's towards the end.
I'm sorry.
It's towards the end.
Where you're attempting to locate is further along in State's Exhibit number 1.
You want the call-outs?
The call-outs. Is that a different exhibit or is that?
It's just later.
Oh, it's just photo, okay, all right. This conduct right here, well,
Can we go back?
the call-outs are connected, so go ahead and go through and we'll do the call-outs. This is that same video for the record that we just started to watch only with the call-outs. Stop it right here now. Okay. Let me ask you a question, because you're familiar, are you not, with Texas law, right?
I am.
Okay. So he has a right to shoot at the robber, correct?
Correct.
In this call-outs, explain again to the jury what these are.
So this is what we call a wave form. The waves that you see are basically sound waves, and it shows the sound waves as they come through with the spikes in their amplitude. And it's the audio that was taken a couple blocks away from here, superimposed on this video.
As far as how Mr. Cole did that, you didn't have a problem with that, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Well, go ahead and hit it and we'll go from there. You can keep going. Keep going. Oh, wait, let's talk about that. I'm sorry, stop it there. 4 is a shot that you've been watching this trial, right?
I have been.
And none of their experts have accounted for that shot coming from Tony Earls, have they?
Correct.
Objection leading.
That's overruled.
Correct.
You've watched everything, you've listened to the testimony.
I have.
Did you hear of anybody being in a position from this witness stand being able to account for shot number 5?
Number 4.
4, sorry.
No, I have not.
Objection, Judge. That's a mischaracterization of the testimony and the evidence before this court.
I'll just give the jury the same admonishments. Again, you guys heard the evidence. You guys are going to be judging who you want to believe with respect to the witnesses. Statements by both attorneys, the state and the defense, that's their opinions. It is not evidence. You may continue, sir.
Let me ask you your opinion. You've reviewed this, right?
I have.
Have you reviewed all the video, surveillance video?
I have.
And have you listened to the testimony of their experts?
I have.
Do you have an expert opinion as to whether or not this shot, the state's able to identify where this shot came from?
I do.
Okay, what is that opinion?
My opinion is that shot number 4 is unaccounted for. It's certainly not attributed to Mr. Earls, given the evidence in the video.
So that you heard the testimony of Mr. Alvarez, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you know that he was under the impression, at least back in 2022 and 2023, that the parties, Mr. Earls and Robert, had shot at each other, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can keep going. Keep going. What is that roll to you right there?
So, yeah, if you go back, that is a spike in the waveform that is attributed not to a gunshot, and not to, it's attributed to the squealing tires. And that's why, I think Mr. Caldwell explained why he did not put a number on that particular spike.
Do we know where the squealing tires came from based on your experience in training, or do you have any idea?
I have an opinion on where they came from.
What was their opinion?
My opinion is they seem to coincide when I put all the videos together and the sound like he did. The squeal of the tire seems to coincide about the vicinity where the left wheels of Mr. Alvarez's truck would have struck the curb or squealed at that point.
And would it be reasonable to believe that Mr. Earls could have heard those squealing tires?
Yes.
Continue. Again. Continue. Stop it. Go back. Did you hear the five noises?
I did.
Okay. And talk about that for a moment. What was your immediate reaction when you heard that for the first time? That right there.
So my immediate reaction was they were gunshots.
Okay.
The first
Now,
time I heard that.
And you've dealt with weapons extensively over your 35 years, and at HPD in 8 years in another one, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, let me ask you a question. When we went back together collectively and we reviewed this compilation he made, did he include spikes to reference or coordinate the spikes with what was going on and what we were hearing?
No, it appeared the sound waveform that he had on the bottom had faded out just before those gunshots came in, so you did not see the spikes graphically.
So for this exhibit to occur like this, then he would have to deliberately leave those off?
I'm going to object, Judge, leading.
Please don't lead your witness.
Okay, when you make a compilation like this, okay, would it be better to include all of the gunshots?
I'm going to object again, leading, Judge. This witness has not been designated as a digital forensic analyst who would compile these kinds of videos or opine about how they are.
Those two different objections. With respect to the leading, I'll also state it.
Okay.
Just open-ended.
I'll do it this way. Open it. Thank you, Judge. What was your concern when you watched this video?
So when I watched the video and when I heard Caldwell testify about the video when he was playing, my concern was, one, that his boxes that he placed up there obscured part of the video at the very time that some of the gunshots were being played. And what also concerned me was that in passing, he simply attributed those 5, what I consider additional gunshots, as ambient noises.
And what did you think about them being considered ambient noises by this digital photographer or video man here?
Well, by definition, even given the waveform that goes along with the audio, they're not ambient noises, simply based on the spike that is shown in the wave pattern.
Let me ask you, based on your experience and your expertise, presenting something like this without the 5 gunshots, because you testified that they're gunshots, being included in the audio portion, could this video be, or this exhibit be misleading to the jury?
Objection, argumentative.
It's overruled.
So I believe it was misleading. First, I didn't say they were gunshots. I said I believe them to be gunshots. Certain noises like that, as a police officer, that perks my interest right away to take cover for something like that when we hear something very similar to what we heard there.
Was the succession something?
The succession, the cadence, the concussions, in my opinion, I believe them to be gunshots, and they should have been addressed in the video more so than just passing them by as ambient noise. So it required some sort of further explanation.
And what was your definition of ambient noise? I'm sorry.
So ambient noise ambient noise by definition, very similar to ambient light. Ambient light are traffic lights and street lights and porch lights, and even the moon is ambient. It's anything in the background that is like standard. Ambient noise is the same. Ambient noise would be the rush of traffic or the running air conditioner or ceiling fan. Ambient noise associated with spikes would be something that is very standard, maybe like in New York City, if you get a car honking, if it's very common, you can consider that ambient noise because if it has a spike. But typically, if it's an event that's different from the common baseline of the sound signature, it wouldn't be considered ambient.
Now approach you on. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 23. Ask you if you can recognize this.
I do.
And who created that?
I did.
And does it accurately depict what you were attempting to show?
It does.
And I guess just for the benefit of the prosecutors so they know, did you make any efforts, or were there any efforts made by you to see if those 5, what you believe to be shots, would register as a sound wave? Am I saying it correctly?
Well, the test was is it registered in the sound wave that is part of the file?
Okay. So in other words, if you wanted to add the call-outs for the 5, what you believe to be shots, gunshots, it would appear, right, on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you measure this? What process did you use to create this exhibit, I should say?
So I used a very similar software to what Mr. Caldwell used. He used, I think, Camtasia, which is a video film editing software. The one I used was Adobe Premiere Pro, where it enables you to layer videos and audio tracks on top of each other to play them simultaneously, which then would enable me to synchronize the sounds to a video, which is basically what was done here.
Now, we didn't go to that extent, because you just got that back, but did you at least measure the sound waves or the call-outs?
Well, I viewed the call-outs that he produced are the ones here.
No, the ones you produced. Is that what you attempted to show?
Right. So I didn't produce them. All it did was the software made them visible on the audio track.
You put the audio in, and those programs tell you the piece.
Right. Correct.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to tend it to State's Attorneys. Defendant's Exhibit number 23.
You said what number?
Defendant 23, Your Honor.
May I take this witness on board, Your Honor? Mr. Taravella, you're not a digital forensic analyst that's certified by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, are you?
I am not.
You're not a digital forensic analyst in the context of video and audio overlay, are you?
I am not.
You've never before testified as an expert as it pertains to video and audio overlay, have you?
I have not.
You've never testified as an expert as it pertains to sound waves.
I have not.
You've never testified as an expert as it pertains to video compilations.
I have not.
You've never testified under oath that the audio and video overlay in a specific case for a specific piece of evidence is or isn't what the state is alleged for it to be.
I don't understand that.
Is this the first time that you've ever sat in a chair like that and testified under oath regarding audio and video overlay created by the state?
Well, this was created by me, not by the state. But I've testified many times on surveillance video and audio tracks that go with surveillance video.
Video and audio overlay specifically?
Video and audio overlay? Not specifically, no.
Okay, and here you've identified the peaks in the gunshots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 on the side. You have A, B, C, D, E in the middle, right?
Correct.
You're saying A, B, C, D, E are gunshots? 5 of them?
That is my opinion that I believe them to be gunshots. And I don't know, there is certainly no way to prove they were not. They sound gunshots to me.
You certainly couldn't attribute them to a specific person, could you?
Well, we can't, anytime we hear gunshots, we can't attribute to, So as a policeman, we get calls for gunshots all the time. In fact, the 911 calls
Mr.
from this scene.
and I don't mean to be rude or interrupt you, I'm just trying to be respectful of everybody's time. Can you contribute 9 muzzle flashes to the defendant's firearm, yes or no?
I contribute 9 muzzle flashes, yes.
You can contribute 9 gunshots to the
Hold on,
defendant's
hold on,
firearm,
hold on.
right?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object at this point. He took him on board relative to the exhibit.
Let's keep it to the
And,
exhibit.
and also, if I might, Your Honor, he didn't do an overlay. All he did is put the sound that they gave us into the computer and into the program they use, or a similar program, and it registered the sound call-outs. That's it. He didn't do any compilations. He didn't. I'm not going to go on because.
Well, I was gonna ask what he did exactly. Go ahead. Are you finished, Mr. Kern?
Yeah, Judge, I mean, the state's objection is that he is not a digital forensic analyst and he's not certified to render an opinion about these types of matters.
What's the response from the defense?
I'm sorry?
What's your response, sir?
Judge, can we approach?
Yeah.
Well, not in this exhibit.
Not in that exhibit.
No. This exhibit, the audio didn't come from the sound that was produced in one of the videos from a lady who went to her aunt's house and got the video of the shots being fired.
So the audio track that went with the video from 149 Winkler, which was the video that was presented as part of the evidence in the case. That video was accepted, and that's the one that was used by Mr. Caldwell to produce his, put in his software that produced the same sound waveform that's there. I just extended that sound waveform to include those other gunshots.
Okay. And again, so we're clear, that's just, your opinion is they're gunshots, you're not,
Correct.
and to be fair, you're not saying who was responsible, where they came from.
I'm not attributing those gunshots to any person. All I'm saying is that there's gunfire in that same span of time frame that this occurred that was picked up by that audio.
And it's a different sounding rapid succession, right, as far as volume goes?
As far as the amplitude of that, it's slightly lower, and yes, it does have a different signature than the 10 gunshots recorded on the same track.
And then this is the ABC, ABCDE that he's referring to, right?
So yes, I used A, B, C, D, E just to delineate them differently than the 1 through 10 that was already there. I didn't want to confuse the fact, but those 5 to me indicate that there's actually 15 gunshots heard on that audio track.
Now, that would be this right here, and is that what the call-outs are, where they're registering?
Yes.
Okay. So, if the state, in your opinion, wanted to give the entire picture, then would it be your opinion that those call-outs should have been also added to the compilation that their expert made?
Objection leading.
Only your witness.
Just tell me whether or not you feel that way. How about use your own words?
I feel that they should have been addressed instead of just bypassed as ambient noise.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about your belief that they're gunshots. I'm going to do that because Ms. Rossi's sitting back here. They may call it back to dispute that opinion that they were gunshots. But they're in rapid succession, aren't they?
They are.
They're of equal sound levels pretty much, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as them being maybe a lower sounding or softer sounding, you don't have any idea what type of gun the robber was holding when he pointed back towards our client, do you?
Other than a semi-automatic, I don't.
So it could be the caliber could impact the amount of sound or the level of sound?
Certainly. So the caliber, and still I'm saying that that I don't know these to be gunshots. All I'm saying is I believe them to be gunshots. And certainly I don't have to have gunshots proven to me to believe they're gunshots. As a policeman, we get calls frequently of reports of gunfire and that we never find the source, yet we still have to react to believe they're gunfire for our own safety. We would all take cover if we heard that when standing on the street. I believe them to be gunshots.
No, that's 24. I think that Mr. Jordan had asked the psychologist about flight and fight and fight and flight. I'm sorry, you've watched the videos, right?
I did.
Okay. I think everybody agrees, he even said it in opening. He had a right to shoot at the robber when he was running away, right?
Yes.
And he characterized it as, to get the return of his property, okay?
Yes.
That's not the only reason you can shoot at a robber, is it? Someone who robs you at gunpoint at night?
I don't know the exact wording of the state statute to be specific for that question. I'm sorry.
Right. If, when he was out on the curb, if the robber was in the truck, the suspect was in the truck, and, he doesn't have to wait till they pull up on him and shoot at him, do they? If you have a reasonable belief that your life might be threatened, you have a right to respond, don't you?
Judge, objection leading and asking the witness to draw a legal conclusion.
Please don't lead your witness, but I believe both of all have asked the witnesses the same question.
I'll rephrase it, Judge, to make it easier. You don't have to wait to be shot on in the state of Texas to shoot back, do you?
No, you do not.
Okay, you certainly, he didn't have to be killed and then find out that the robber wasn't in the truck, right?
Correct.
I know that sounds like a pretty dumb question, but it's obvious, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to talk to you about, can I approach you?
May?
Show you what's been marked as defense exhibit. Number 24. Did you generate this?
I did.
And does it accurately depict? You basically, let's go through this. All you did is you took three pictures, correct?
Well, this is a compilation of these three videos at a still, at a moment in time.
That's what I'm saying. You're not overlapping. You're taking a still from one video, a still from another video, and a still from a third video.
Correct.
And you're making just a picture.
Correct.
Okay, because as he pointed out, you don't do extensive digital overlays and compilations. You do, but he's questioning your
Right. I don't do extensive compilations and overlays. This is not extensive. This is a compilation of a commercially available software that I use to put the videos together and synchronize the sound and freeze frame it at this very specific point.
There's no sound on this picture.
There is not.
So you're not adding sound, right?
Correct.
Let me show the state.
And I may have misspoke. The moment of the freeze frame was not delineated in this case by sound, rather a visual that was related to a sound.
Okay. And the sound that's related to is on their exhibit, shot number 4, that is unaccounted for.
Correct.
Okay. Show.
And I'm sorry, may I take this witness on board, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So are you telling us that in State Defense Exhibit number 24, it is capturing the moment in time, the exact moment in time in every one of these 3 videos?
I am.
Okay, so every one of these 3 videos and every one of these 3 frames, you're testifying captures shot number 4?
Correct.
No objection from the state, Judge.
What was that?
That was Defense Exhibit number 24.
Without objection made, defense attorney will be admitted to evidence and may publish.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I think, let me ask you a question, I guess, so to clarify a few things. What were you trying to show in 24, Defense Exhibit 24?
So the freeze frames in all 3 of these are showing that at the moment, that shot number 4 was sounded, that the robber, the robbery suspect, was not visible at that moment in these 3 surveillance videos.
Okay, and let's talk about that for a moment, because I think what we haven't addressed here really is, first of all, these cameras, where are they located, like height-wise, most of them?
Most of them are under the eaves or under the roof overhang of the surrounding businesses.
Okay, you reviewed all the videos. Were you able to find a single video in the state's file that has a view at eye level, looking straight at what Tony Earls would have been seeing at the time this whole incident occurred?
At Tony Earls' eye level?
Eye level.
No.
Okay. Everything, all of these exhibits in this courtroom presented to this jury have all been from heights that were almost ceiling level, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so when we talk about the fact, right, that the robber is out of the view of these cameras, okay, we already know, don't we, that he ran behind the sign, right?
Correct. In the lower left corner, that's the video from the Chase Bank that at that moment, according to Mr. Caldwell as well, at the moment that shot 4 was sounded, the robber is not seen, he's behind the sign.
Okay. So basically, you can agree or disagree. If you rob me at gunpoint and you run off and you run away, and a minute later a car comes down the street towards me, or a truck, then you'd agree it'd probably be unreasonable for me to shoot into that truck, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I should have had enough time to process that it's not connected, right?
Correct.
Okay, but if you need to try and figure out whether or not it's reasonable to believe that a truck coming at me or towards me is involved with the guy I just got robbed from, then time would be a critical factor, wouldn't it, as a investigator?
Judge, I'm going to object leading.
Yeah, don't need your witness, that's the
Well,
thing.
tell me if time, tell me how you would evaluate time relative to what took place out there.
How at what point?
Well,
There's
from the point in time when the robbery suspect hits the corner of the sign to the time that the headlights of the truck emerge.
So I think that's within Within a second, or certainly less than 2 seconds.
Well, I'm talking about hitting the sign and seeing the lights, correct?
Correct.
Now, as an investigator, a crime scene investigator, how would the truck going from a slow, leading up to the bank, going at a slow rate, okay, or speed, and then immediately accelerating and squealing its tires, would you as an investigator give that any significance or importance in trying to figure out what's going on?
I do.
And how does that play into it?
That could easily give the appearance of that truck was waiting behind the sign, possibly parked there or stopped there, because it was not in that line of field of view until such time as Mr. Earls would have rounded the corner around that sign to see it coming straight at him.
From everything you viewed during this trial, was there anything that indicated that the robber ran in an opposite direction from the truck?
Was there anything that indicated?
Yes.
Well, certainly. I mean, there's
No,
surveillance videos to show
I
that.
don't think you understood my question. Wasn't it clear? Was it clear from everything that you viewed and heard that the robber ran right at the truck?
Yes.
Okay. There's another video where I think it's on this video actually. Do we still have their video ready to play? Can you put that up and go to the part where they emphasize that he shoots at the truck as he's pulling out? I'm going to talk to you about that. You're aware that as Mr. Earl's wife they're trying to pull out, that he looks down the street and shoots, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you saw,
I did.
you're aware of that, you gave the testimony, you saw it on this video. We don't need. Now stop it there for a minute. We don't see him running down the street after the truck, do we?
No.
Okay, there you go. And then stop it when he shoots, he's pulling out right there. Okay, and that's where you see him shoot towards the truck.
Presumably, yes, the truck is down around that corner.
Okay, well, there was testimony, I don't know if you heard that part of the trial. So if you had heard that he stopped his truck and he started to back up, in your opinion, could that be construed as though the robber was in the truck and they were coming back to cause harm to Tony and his wife?
I think that can be construed as that, yes.
Okay. It's not unreasonable to think that if a guy who went by backs his truck up, right?
Correct.
Could, in your opinion, could that explain why he, when he was leaving, he fired the shot in the direction of the truck?
I believe that could explain that, yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Are you guys okay? I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, or you good? Okay.
If we could consult real quick.
Sir?
Can we consult with our expert?
Okay. Well, let's take a 5-minute break so you can talk to me.
All rise for the jury.
And please remember what I said about the quorum. We'll stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Mr. Taravella, is it okay if I call you that, Mr. Taravella?
Certainly.
Okay. I want to go over some of your background and your training. You testified a second ago on direct that you've testified on many occasions.
Yes.
As a police officer, as a reconstructionist, digital forensic analyst, which one?
As a police officer, as a crime scene investigator
Okay, with the Houston Police Department?
with the Houston Police Department.
It seems like for a while, right? Since, I think you said 92?
92, yes.
Okay. But you're not a licensed crime scene reconstruction expert, right?
I am not licensed. When you say licensed through the,
Texas Forensic Science Commission.
I am not.
Okay. And you said you work for Expert Witness Solutions.
Yes.
That's your company?
No, it's not.
Okay. Somebody else owns it, you just work for them?
Yes,
Okay. You were contacted by the defense in this case?
I was.
In fact, you actually came with them to our office.
I did.
And we sat down and we went over Chelly Rossi's demonstratives that we looked at in court today.
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And you were sitting here during her testimony,
Yes.
but you weren't here during Zachary Caldwell's testimony.
No, I wasn't here in the courtroom. I was watching on the live stream.
And then, just so that I can get an understanding, how many times have you watched these videos?
I couldn't put a number on it. Lots of times.
Have you ever been to the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. One or many occasions?
I was there twice during the daytime and once at nighttime.
Did you go stand where we see the defendant standing when he discharges the firearm?
I did, yes.
You would agree with me that once a person passes that chase sign in the tree, you can't see them any longer?
Well, from which perspective?
From the defendant's.
At what point?
When the defendant gets out of the vehicle and he takes the first shot, you would agree with me that at that point he can see the assailant, right?
At that point, he can see the assailant, yes.
After the first 3 shots, he can no longer see the assailant.
I think that's fair, yes.
So he can't see the robbery suspect after shot number 3.
From the perspective of shot number 3, yes.
From the defendant's perspective of shot number 3.
Correct.
You would agree with me that the tire screeching or squealing occurs after shot number 5.
Correct.
So that means that the defendant's already turned his attention to the vehicle and shot number 4 and shot number 5.
Yes.
At the vehicle.
At the vehicle.
Within seconds of the robbery suspect running past the sign.
Within seconds of the suspect disappearing, yes.
We're going to review State's Exhibit number 108 before I ask you the next couple of questions. And again, no specific training in digital forensic evidence. You don't have any specific training in digital forensic evidence?
In digital forensic evidence in what form?
Analyzing it?
Analyzing video?
Yeah.
I've had classes in that, yes.
Well, when I asked you earlier on voir dire, you said you'd never had any training on that.
No, I didn't. I don't believe I said I've never had any training in that. You asked me about have I testified and have I put these things together. I don't remember the exact. You rattled off them very quickly, like 7 or 8 in a row.
Yeah, that was a big quick,
Yeah.
so I apologize. I didn't mean to catch you off guard, so let's ask it again. You are not licensed in digital forensic analysis.
I'm not.
You are not, you've never testified as an expert in digital forensic analysis.
I have not.
You've never testified to overlaying audio and video as a digital forensic analyst.
I have not.
You have never been offered up as an expert in the subject matter.
I have not.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 108. Mr. Taravel, I just want to make sure, because you guys talked about it on direct. Let's be sure not to leave a false impression to this jury, right? The law of
I'm
self-defense.
gonna object to the form of that question.
I can rephrase, Judge.
Rephrase, please.
Absolutely. The law of self-defense does not justify you shooting somebody in the back as they're running away. Yes or no?
Correct. And I didn't imply that in the previous question. We were talking about the law about shooting to get property back.
Okay, then let's go to the 10th shot. You would agree with me that somebody shooting down the street and then turning in the other direction is not consistent with someone trying to get their property back.
Well, that one now goes back to more self-defense, in my belief.
Okay, so we're picking and choosing which one applies in those circumstances.
Well, we can't, I mean, I'm not the one that
Let's
was.
start with shot number 1.
Please don't interrupt each other.
Let's start with shot number 1. The defendant takes a shot at the robbery suspect and the robbery suspect has his back turned. Yes or no?
Yes.
Not self-defense. Right?
Not in my opinion, no.
Okay. Let's talk about shot number 2. The defendant takes a shot at the robbery suspect as the robbery suspect has his back to him. Right?
Right.
Not self-defense.
Not in my opinion, no.
The defendant takes a shot at the robbery suspect when the robbery suspect has his back to him for shot number 3. Not self-defense.
Not in my opinion.
Okay. So then he turns his attention to the Alvarez's truck. And, you know, there was a mention about a minute passing maybe, but let's just be clear. Robbery suspect disappears simultaneously as the Alvarez's vehicle approaches.
Well, he's approaching before you can actually see the headlights long off before he gets to the driveway.
And I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Taravello. From the defendant's perspective, the robbery suspect disappears and simultaneously the truck is approaching.
I think simultaneously the truck has approached.
And then he turns his attention to the truck and he shoots 4 and 5.
Fair?
Wait a minute, I'm gonna object to the form of the question.
Yeah, you
because
just-
He hasn't proved that 4 was the shot from Tony Earls yet.
You can answer the question if you can.
I'm gonna,
So-
well, he's assuming facts not in evidence in his question, so that would be my objection.
Okay. I'm gonna sustain it for that purpose, but go ahead and ask it for different.
Let me ask you this. You said that if you heard those 5 gun audio sounds that you identified as gunshots A, B, C, and D in the photo that you provided, it would cause you to duck and take cover.
Yes, if I was out on the scene, that would cause me to take pause in what I'm doing. I would stop what I was doing and probably look around, as every other officer that would on that scene would do the same thing, until we found out coast is clear, and we'd start again. We're all accustomed to hearing gunshots like that from a distance.
Let me ask you this. You're very precise about your words, so I don't want to mince your words. You said, I believe that those sounds are gunshots. Is it your opinion, in front of this jury, under oath, on this stand, that those 5 sounds are gunshots? Yes or no?
I cannot tell you they're gunshots. I can tell you I believe they're gunshots. And I think I don't have to know they're gunshots to believe they're gunshots. As an officer, if I heard that, I'd have to react in a way, I would react in a way that they're gunshots.
So are they gunshots or not?
Who knows? We can't determine they're gunshots. What I'm saying is, I would believe they're gunshots if I was on that street and I heard them. And I think it's reasonable for anyone else who was on that street to certainly believe they're gunshots.
Then I think we can agree that it's reasonable, if you hear gunshots, you would duck.
I'm not gonna duck, especially if they're gunshots that might be further off in the distance or where I don't know they're coming from. It's gotta be contextual. I don't know what the context was. I wasn't there. I just hear the audio track.
So those 5 shots, you're not testifying in front of this jury, they're from our scene.
I'm not.
You're not testifying in front of this jury that they're from the robbery suspect.
I am not testifying to that. When you say this scene, since this scene includes that audio track, then yes, I'm saying they're in this scene. They're heard in the middle since the first shot, that's identified as number 1, and they're heard before a shot that's number 10. So yes, they're in the scene because that audio video is in the scene.
That's fair. Let me be more specific. You're not attributing those 5 gunshots to the robbery suspect.
I'm not.
Okay. You're not attributing those 5 gunshots to Armando Alvarez.
I'm not.
And we know that the defendant shot the gun at least, according to your opinion, 9 times.
Correct.
And you're just saying the 4th shot's unaccounted for?
Well, there's 5. Number 4 is when I say unaccounted for, mean that there's no muzzle flash visible in 2 separate videos coming from Mr. Earls, and that the robbery suspect is obscured at that very moment as well.
Defense exhibit number 24 is the exhibit that you created to show that the robbery suspect is obscured.
The robbery suspect is obscured, yes.
Who's that right there then?
That's the robbery suspect.
Does he look like he has his arm turned around with his arm extended like we see in the other frames?
Well, what's the point of having his arm extended? You don't have to have your arm extended to... All I'm saying is he's obscured by the truck, meaning that had he fired that shot, hypothetically, if a muzzle flash was present, it would be obscured by the truck.
You would agree with me that he looks like he's actually ducking, like you would in this situation.
I don't believe you can tell what posture he has right there. He's running. Because we see him running before and we see him running after.
So he's running, and tell me with which arm, turn and tell this jury, which arm is he shooting the gun with?
Sir, I'm not saying he's shooting a gun. You're putting words in my mouth. All I said was he can't be ruled out as firing shot number 4 because we can't see him in any of the video at the time shot number 4 was heard.
You would agree with me that the time at which shot number 4 is heard, the audio signature from gunshot number 4 is consistent with the audio signature of all 9 other gunshots by this defendant.
I am, and according to Mr. Caldwell, any gunshot that was fired in that area is going to sound the same because it's reverberating off the building, and that's how I explained why gunshot number 10 was slightly different than 1 through 9.
So to be clear, it is your testimony in front of this jury that although gunshot number 4 has the same sound signature as every other gunshot we see associated with muzzle flashing, it didn't come from this defendant?
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is we can't exclude that gunshot came from the robber. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
Then why does that gunshot sound signature sound different than the 5 taps we hear on camera?
Why would that sound different?
Yeah.
Because the 5 taps we hear on camera is somewhere else. I can't explain those 5 taps anymore.
So why don't we see him shooting at any other point?
You're asking me to speculate why a robber would shoot and not shoot. I can't do that
And
either.
let me ask you this. When he has his arm extended, do you hear a sound signature, yes or no?
I do not.
When he has his arm extended the second time, do you hear a sound signature, yes or no?
No.
When he has his arm extended a 3rd time at the fence, do you hear a sound signature, yes or no?
No.
Okay. When the defendant shoots his gun the first time, you do hear a sound signature.
Yes.
When you hear him shoot a second time, you hear a sound signature.
Yes.
The 3rd muzzle flash, sound signature.
Yes.
4th, still a sound signature even though you don't see the muzzle flash.
Yes.
5th, sound signature.
Yes.
6th, as the Alvarez's truck is coming by him, sound signature.
Yes.
7th, as the Alvarez's truck is coming by him, sound signature.
Yes.
Is this funny?
No, it's not funny. It's-
Okay. 8th, as this Alvarez's truck is still going by him, sound signature.
Yes.
9th, sound signature.
Yes.
All of them sound the same. And then the 10th, we watch him shoot down the street into the middle of an intersection. Yes or no?
I don't know which direction he was shooting into the intersection, but he shot out the window of his car.
While the car is moving.
Yes.
You've been to the crime scene though. You don't know that there's an intersection on the other side of that frame?
I do know. I just don't know where his intent was to shoot.
You're right, because he could have been shooting at Armando Alvarez. Yes or no?
Yes.
And he could have been shooting at the parked truck. Yes or no?
Yes.
And we can tell from the China Star video that the truck is parked and the rear lights are facing the defendant. And he shoots in that direction. Yes or
Yes.
no? So, even though we see the robbery suspect here, and even though sound signature for number 4 sounds just like all the other 9, it's your testimony that the tapping, you tell me, is the tapping not consistent with packing a pack of cigarettes?
No, I don't believe it's consistent with packing a pack.
You
of
believe it's a
cigarettes.
firearm.
I believe it's a firearm.
Please tell the jury what caliber of a firearm it is that is being discharged in that audio.
Cannot tell what caliber of firearm from the sound.
Tell me what it's consistent with.
It's consistent with gunshots.
What caliber?
I cannot tell you. We don't even know the origin or the area of where they may have originated.
So you heard a sound on the audio, right?
I did.
And then the defense called you to the stand to testify that those are 5 gunshots. Yes or
The
no?
defense called me to the stand. I'm not testifying they're 5 gunshots. What I'm testifying to is I believe they were gunshots.
Yeah, let me ask you this. You can't contribute those to anybody.
No. Not trying to contribute them to anybody.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
I have a few, Your Honor. Sir, how many times have you testified as a state's witness in a courtroom in Harris County, Texas?
Probably 50 or 60 times.
In each of those instances, did the state of Texas put you on it as a witness in the case?
They did.
Did they ever indicate to you they had a problem with your testimony?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, now, you went out to the scene a couple times. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 25. Ask you to take a look at this. And ask you if you recognize it. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, other than the fact that it's you took that picture during the daytime, right?
Yes.
Okay. It shows the roadway and the sign in the trees, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does it accurately depict what you saw when you went out there that day?
It does.
Okay. Now, first of all, I'm going to tend it to opposing counsel. It shows how it appeared out there from that vantage point. Just make an objection.
No objections, Judge.
You said no objections, sir?
No.
Judge, I'm going to ask that you instruct them not to make faces in front of the jury.
I'm not, no one's making any faces. With no objection made, state's exhibit number 25 will be admitted.
Okay, before I publish it, Your Honor, I want to clarify something that even confuses me, and I've been working on this case for a while. If you're Mr. Earls and you're shooting towards me, okay? If I'm right near the truck at the time that you're shooting at me, or in the vicinity, let's say this is the truck, okay, or the truck's in this vicinity, and you're shooting at me as I'm running towards it, okay? Is that concrete proof that his intent is to shoot at the truck, or could it be that he's shooting at me? I'm sorry?
I believe his intent would be shooting at you.
Well, let's look at this exhibit where they pointed out 24 right here. You see the robbery suspect's right on the truck, right? Right. I mean, that's sorry. Let me put it here. This thing's garbage. There we go. There's the truck and there's the robbery suspect, right?
Yes.
At least at that point, that flash, he's right at the truck, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this has been admitted. This is defendant exhibit 25. Okay. Now, you aren't out there that day, were you?
The day of the incident
Yeah.
or the day of the photo?
No, the day of the incident.
No, I was not.
And you heard Ms. Rossi testify. She wasn't out there either, correct?
Correct.
But you saw video and you saw graphics showing that Tony ran to the edge of the street, right?
Yes.
So if you stand at the edge of the street from 25, may I approach, sir? Okay. And you were taking the picture, okay? Can you tell us whether or not you can see a truck, where the truck would have been coming up, and where after he cleared the path, but when Tony ran out here, okay, can you tell whether or not he would have been able to see the suspect running still?
At that point, it would have been difficult for him to see the suspect running beyond that point.
No, I'm saying, like, if you come out here, okay, and you're looking down the street, because he comes out from the video and he starts shooting at the truck as it comes towards him, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we know from the exhibit that the robber came in close proximity to the truck, right here, correct? And the truck's still on the street, right? I mean, it's on that street we just looked at, right?
Correct.
Coming up, he's coming towards, the truck's coming towards Tony, right? The robber's running away from Tony.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm not asking you to give me a concrete answer, but if you saw something like this, is it possible you could think that the robber's getting in the truck, being that close to it?
I think at that point, the robber is within arm's reach of the truck.
Okay.
And I think it's conceivable that someone who loses sight of the robber at that point could believe that that person got into the truck.
Well, we keep talking about losing sight of the truck. Does anybody really know exactly where Tony was, okay? In this photograph here, we've had computer snapshots of it, but has anybody, based on the testimony you've heard, been able to pinpoint where Tony was in proximity to the edge of the road here and the sidewalk?
No.
Okay. The 5 shots that you believe were shots, let me ask you, sitting in this courtroom, if you heard that, the 5 taps, shots, out in the hallway, would you run out there? What would you do? Would you respond?
So as counsel tried to imply that they would be consistent with packing a pack of cigarettes, the amplitude, the volume of those was equal to those gunshots, even though it was a different sound signature. If I heard those gunshots out in the hallway, or those sounds out in the hallway from this courtroom, I believe I would react as the bailiffs would react. I think everyone would take pause and turn and look in the hallway, thinking there's a possible threat.
Let me ask you a question. We've heard a lot of testimony about drones, about lasers, about weeks of preparation to make these exhibits, to try to convince the jury about the fact that he acted in a way that they wanted to believe he would be unreasonable. You looked at everything. Did he have that much time? And did he have a drone?
No, I did not have a
Did
drone.
he have a, hold on.
Judge, I'm going to object argumentative and leading.
Okay, can you tell us whether or not, based on what you saw, he had a drone, any drones?
No, Mr. Earls did not have a drone.
And did he have any lasers?
No.
Did he have the benefit of overhead video cameras reenacting what he did?
No.
Okay. And I just have one last question. You'd agree with me And he had basically a split-second decision.
I'm gonna object, Judge. He's leading the witness.
You don't need the witness,
Judge, I'll rephrase it.
please.
Do you think he had, strike that. He didn't have very much time, did he?
No.
And there were a lot of factors, were there a lot of factors that come into play?
You're leading the witness, don't
I'm
lead the
sorry.
witness. I'll help you answer it.
Tell me whether or not, I don't wanna lead you, you know, tell me whether or not there were factors that you saw evident during the trial that would be something that you as an expert would consider would come into play in looking at this case as a investigator.
So I'm not sure where you're going with that.
I'm just asking like.
Judge, I'm gonna object. Not only is he asking the witness to invade the province of the jury, but he's also asking the witness a compounding question that the witness couldn't understand.
Well, first of all, can I respond to the first objection? He needs to he needs to read Rule 702 because it specifically says that I can ask that question and it's not objectionable. Secondly, I can rephrase the question if it's compound and I'll make it easier for him to understand.
There you go.
Thank you. Here's my question. If you were the investigator involved, would you consider all of the factors, did you see a lot of different factors that you would consider in forming opinions about this case?
Yes.
Okay, now, I know you've been in HPD 35 years, you were in the homicide division. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not the state of Texas routinely calls their lead detective in their prosecution?
The question is,
I'm sorry?
your question is what?
Do they routinely call on their detectives, the lead detective, to testify in court?
Objection, relevance to this case.
It's a rule.
It's just what do they do
Yes.
routinely?
Yes, they routinely call the investigating detective to testify in the case.
Okay. I'll pass it.
I've got nothing for Mr. Turner.
May this witness be excused?
From the state, yes, sir.
Defense?
No, Your Honor, we're good.
Okay, I think you can understand. Who do you have next? Do you have anyone next?
Defense resting closes, Your Honor.
State resting closes, Judge.
Both sides have rested and closed. I think this is an excellent time for us to stop for today. We'll start tomorrow. There's a couple of things that I have to do. You guys have heard testimony, opening statements. You haven't heard closing statements. You haven't read the jury, or I haven't made the jury charge. You have to listen to everything. So I'll start with that. Instead of y'all waiting, why don't y'all come like at 11 o'clock?
That would be
So we
great.
can finish everything.
I think.
And then what we'll do is when y'all walk in, I'll have everything ready for y'all, and then we'll read it. I'll read the jury charge to you all. That's the law that's gonna govern the case. And then we're gonna go right into closing, and then we're gonna go right into deliberations. Okay? I think that's more efficient than you all waiting, because there's things that we have to discuss outside the presence. Again, remember my admonishments. I know you're tired of reading them, but please don't research the case, don't look at the news, et cetera. Go ahead.
All rise for the jury.
And if I'm gonna stick around for a few minutes, we can talk about that. You all may be seated. We'll stand in recess until tomorrow morning.
What time do you want us here, Judge?
Earlier. Let's talk about the jury charge.
You want to be off the record?
Off the record, please. Yes, ma'am. Thank
I
you.
don't know if the state wants, you guys want any lessons, or you don't want any lessons? No, you don't want it. Okay. Okay. That's good.
Did y'all want anything, or y'all good?
I don't think we do either. We have to talk to our client. I think it's an all or nothing.
But,
Believe it or not, I think that.
So we want to know what defenses the defense is asking for, Your Honor.
right, I'm trying to get in there as well. I'm gonna get a let me get a parameters. Are you taking charge on this stuff? Are you writing the charge?
I have written a charge, Your Honor.
Why don't we
We'll
all-
have a
hold on for a
proposed
second.
charge.